Hello everybody, and welcome to the first ever hosted Pokemon tournament on my channel. This is the Greavard Cup, an 8 Pokemon trainer tournament to determine who is good at the game, maybe. I am joined by Pokemon expert Connor McKinley, also known as Distortion Devil. Do you want to introduce yourself?
I'm Connor. I'm fighting off a burp.
Only quality here on this stream. I've never done an announcement like this before. This is new territory for me, but what better way to kind of bring it into the fold in the form of this lovely Pokemon tournament. We have 8 competitors waiting in the wings who are raring and itching to go with their own 6 Pokemon teams, ready to take on the new battle environment of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, which has a lot of fun new mechanics. One of which is the brand new Terrasilize mechanic, which allows you to change the type of your Pokemon once per battle.
But can you pitch a tent?
That is the question, isn't it, Connor? Going forward, we're going to be disclosing that this is a closed book tournament, meaning that the competitors are not aware of their opponent's Pokemon. Additionally, we have prizes for this tournament. Even though we're missing one prize, I still haven't determined what it's going to be. Maybe chat can figure it out. We'll figure it out from there. But we have a prize for the overall winner of the tournament, as expected. We also have a prize that will be require your help, chat. We are going to be having a best Pokemon nickname prize, as part of the requirements for this tournament is that every competitor needed to nickname all of their Pokemon, so that way you, the chat, can determine which Pokemon you think has the best nickname and the best mythos and lore. So, that will be your task, chat, as we move forward in this tournament. We are also going to be running a loser's bracket. Those who are knocked out in the winner's bracket will proceed forward to a loser's bracket that will determine the continuation of the tournament. There could be upsets, there could be changes, there could be sweeps, there could be suffering. But let's get into our competitors, shall we? You doing good there, champ?
Yeah, I was just gonna add, no matter what, there will definitely be losers.
Yes. Especially me, because I don't get to play. So, as we get into it, our challengers consist of Marcus. His strengths is that he is a studious student. We also play D&D with him, and he plays a pretty good rogue. His weaknesses is that while he claims otherwise, he does play League of Legends.
Complete deficit right there.
Indeed.
Surely that will hamper his decision-making in this tournament.
However, he may have a tolerance for bullshit.
That is true, that is true.
At least we can say that he plays a champion that's good. He plays Sejuani. And you know what? I'm doing the OK symbol with my hand. A chat is demanding he be disqualified immediately. Unfortunately, I can't get rid of him, because he saved my life in D&D, so we're kind of tight.
He could do worse. He could be a dirty fucking Riven player.
Speaking of sneaky, mischievous people, up next we have Arkholf. His strengths being his deep, bassy voice, and his weakness being that he is weak to the sun. Unfortunately, due to a sickness, Arkholf is actually be fighting on a deficit as he is unable to speak. So unfortunately, we will not be having any interviews with Arkholf due to this, but we are happier nonetheless to have him in this tournament.
On the bright side, he does not have a soul with which a Ninjask can steal.
Indeed. Shedinja will not steal his soul this day.
Oh,
Coming up...
yeah.
Yeah, Shedinja. It's not Ninjask. Ninjask is the friendly one.
Gotcha. I tried to remember something, and I didn't.
Coming up next, not a surprise, and also the one responsible for this lovely art you see on screen of us, and by the way, an additional thank you to Booradely for providing the overlays that you are going to be seeing during the length of this tournament, will be our own BrachyZoid. BrachyZoid's strengths is that he is very good at drawing butts, but his weakness is that he smells like butts. We're gonna have to air out the Discord once this one's done.
That is true.
Following them is a new addition to the channel, I believe. Actually, as well as Marcus. Marcus is also new. I don't believe Marcus has been featured on the channel. We have Elam, Elam is someone who I raid with in Final Fantasy XIV, and his strengths is that he could probably fight an alligator, as most Australians ought able to do, but his weaknesses is that spiders may kill him. Apparently this morning, Elam had a run-in with a spider that almost cost his life and the tournament, but luckily he is with us today and ready to battle.
To be fair, have you seen Australian spiders?
They're pretty scary. Also,
that is 90% of why I don't want to go to Australia ever.
Indeed. Also, Brett Ultimus, thank you so much for raiding with a party of 180. Welcome to the Greavard Cup tournament. We are just getting started here. So welcome, raiders. I hope you're ready to put in your bets, watch some Pokemon and small animals fight each other, and enjoy our commentary. Following up with Elam, we have Gaius Ghostpaws. Their weaknesses being that they are, or their strengths being that they are a intensive nerd knowledge individual. Gundam, Warhammer, Digimon, you name it, they know it, but their weaknesses is that they are furry trash. Next up, we have Gentlebro. Gentlebro is an esteemed artist who draws cultured art. Twitter follow warning there, but if you're into that, you got it. Their weaknesses is that their house is very flammable. Shout out to Gentlebro, who recently had to go through unfortunately, a house fire. You can find their coffee on their Twitter. Show them some support and some love, and they're happy to be here in this tournament. Next up, we have Theropod Art, who is a returning visitor to my stream. Theropod Art's strengths is that he is a fantastic artist. Also, is brimming with optimism, but his weaknesses is that he is scaly trash. And last, but certainly not least, and the most terrifying, we have MsTweetums. You may know MsTweetums as a moderator of my channel, but did you know she also fights with small animals? MsTweetums' strengths is that she is very sweet and nice and gentle, and her weaknesses is that she has none. She's very sweet and nice, but behind that lies an underlying fear and terror. She probably has a knife, and she'll probably stab you with it. MsTweetums will also be hosting throughout the tournament betting pools. If you are a constant viewer of this stream and you happen to have some lovely, lovely stream points, throughout the tournament you may see bids come up to vote on whoever is going to win the current match going on in the tournament. Now, let's get into the details of the tournament. This tournament is going to be a tree-style tournament of 8 competitors. Each match will be a best of 3, meaning in order to proceed forward in the round, participants must win 2 matches out of 3. We are running with double battles, so this will be a double battle format, meaning each Pokemon trainer will be using 2 Pokemon at once against their opponents. Additionally, we will have timers, so they have to make quick decisions. And again, we have the terrestrializing phenomenon taking over the battlefield, and no one will know. There's going to be an element of surprise. There's going to be upsets. There's going to be funny teams with funny nicknames. How are you feeling, Connor? You ready for this?
It's like chess, but slightly different.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So, Connor, for our audience, could you please describe your experience with Pokemon and your length of knowledge, please?
When I was a child, I played Pokemon Blue version for... I literally think I almost wore out the cartridge. I was playing that shit all the time. I played Gold. That was also okay. And then I played Pokemon Ruby version, and I played that a lot. And then I completely stopped.
All right.
After that.
So, Connor has not played since Ruby and Sapphire. That was Gen 3. We're at Gen 9 now. So, while we're going through the tournament, Connor is going to be giving some colorful commentary, and I may teach Connor some things about competitive Pokemon. You excited, Connor?
I think.
Alright. Well, my experience is that I played competitive Pokemon up to Gen 4. I stopped, focused on shiny hunting, but I've been playing Pokemon pretty rigorously. I think I took a break in Gen 5, so my Gen 5 knowledge is kind of eh. But I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to see some Pokemon battles, and I'm excited to see chat hyping up. Their excitement is paramount in the channel right now. Thank you, everybody, for their bits and subs. Thank you, everybody, for your bets, for your raids. We had some lovely raids already as we get started. I hope people are excited. I know I am. So without further ado, I think it's time to get into our first match.
Let's Get it on.
Alrighty, I'm gonna call our combatants to the live channel, and also a big shout out to our referee Styx, who is currently making sure that everyone is muted and not listening to each other, and yeah. So I'm gonna get our two combatants.
Styx is our silent assassin.
Indeed. I have ordered him that if anybody at any point undeafens, that he is to kill them on the spot in Minecraft. Alright. I have notified our combatants to get ready. Connor, would you like to talk to the chat while we set this up?
Absolutely. Chat, I hope you are ready for an exciting stream. The Greavard Cup, the first of its kind, first of its name, and I am almost 100% certain that there will be Pokemon in it. Maybe we might even see a Pikachu. I'm not certain.
Ooh. Alright, we are just waiting for the combatitors to get set up now. They're currently setting up their teams, getting ready to link with each other, and we should be in there shortly. We will be following the first match from the side of Arkholf, and we are excited to see what that brings. We're going to be switching over the audio now, just so that way we can hear what's going on. Just bear with us here. We are definitely making this up as we go. Alright. The battle rules are being chosen. I hope everybody's ready for this first match of the Greavard Cup. The battle rules have been set, and the teams are being prepared. Let's jump over now to the team bracket. Music is being chosen, and the preparations are complete. Are you ready, chat, for the first match of the Greavard Cup?
This battle is about to explode, and so am I.
First off, as you can see, we seem to have a dual, almost a triple threat weather team from Arkholf here. And on the side of Gentle, we seem to have some very hard hitters in the form of Armarouge, Talonflame, Sylveon, and a really interesting choice in the Brambleghast. What do you make of these Pokemon, Connor? Which one stands out to you?
I gotta say this is Arcolf's team, correct?
Yes, the blue team is Arkholf, the red team is Gentlebro.
There are quite a bit of wide lads in Arcolf's team. Some very, very sturdy boys in here.
Notably, one of them is a square in the form of the
yes,
ice
is that
type.
like a refrigerator or something?
It is a refrigerator. Arkholf has brought a refrigerator to war, and it is ready to kill. These two are some of our stronger contenders. Right. I think Arkholf and Gentle have a favorite spot to win this whole tournament, and they unfortunately got rolled into each other for the first round. All right, the battle is getting started here. Arkholf versus Gentlebro.
Well, this will be an exciting first match then.
Gentlebro is starting with the top and the bottom. And we have Dunefarer and Magnemoise. Immediately, Indeedee, which I'm assuming is bottom, has set up the Psychic Terrain, which boosts the power of Psychic moves and prevents, I believe, Dark attacks and Dark moves from affecting things. Indeedee also activating the Psychic Seed, increasing its stats in the Psychic Terrain. Let's see what they decide to do in this match.
Alright, apparently they've added field spell cards to Pokemon in my absence. I am scared and confused.
It's okay to be frightened. I hope that our competitors are not frightened, though. Immediately, that Armarouge is in quite a bit of danger, as it is a fire type standing before a rock type and a water ground type combo. But again, with Terastallization present, it might be safer than we think.
The rotund one is sending me a menacing aura.
All right, Gentle withdrew the
and
bottom.
Just like that, it's gone out.
It's time for Babe. It's 4 p.m. which is Tinkaton with a massive bronze hammer, a beautiful shiny Tinkaton with Mold Breaker. All right, Armarouge going for that protect, being very defensive, probably scouting out to see what attacks Dunefarer and Magnemoist are going to do. Tinkaton getting hit with that Rock Slide, not doing a ton of damage though, but the Yawn onto Tinkaton. In the next turn, if that Tinkaton does not leave the field, it is going to sleep. Arkholf already
Apparently 4 p.m. is nap time.
Apparently 4 p.m. is nap time for the babe. Arkholf already putting on a lot of intensive pressure on the field with the Yawn and the presence of the Sandstorm as well. We have our first Terastallization of the tournament. Who's it going to be? It is Tyranitar being turned into that Terastallized flying type.
Balloons give you power now?
Yep. Terastallization,
okay.
the phenomenon in Paldea allows for more power, and with that flying Terastallization preventing more damage from that Tinkaton. Ooh. A good back and forth, the Expanding Force doing more damage to Tyranitar with it losing its Dark type. The Earth Power doing a ton of damage. Everyone's taking hits here. And now that Tinkaton is asleep now. Gastrodon is still looking healthy. Magnemoist is Magna, and he is still moist. So for those
it looks
of
like
you
we might be getting a swap here, possibly.
Possibly. 30 seconds remaining on the timer here.
I am told this is an effective strategy. As my friend Luke might say, he's calling his people.
He is, indeed. Now, for those of you who don't know who are watching this and seem a bit confused, Terastallization allows, a huge Expanding Force from Armarouge taking out that Tyranitar.
Tyranitar, the strongest Pokemon in Pokemon, just went down.
Muddy Water coming up for Magnemoist, taking out Armarouge. That is a 1-for-1 on the side of both trainers.
It's an even trade, but now swapping in.
Hopefully
what will their next two Pokemon be?
Indeed, we can see what's being swapped in on Arcolf's side, but we're wondering what is going to be swapped in on Gentle's side.
Some insider information.
Definitely a lot of thinking going into this. For those of you who don't know, who are watching this, who are kind of not up with Pokemon, Terastallization allows you to change the type of your Pokemon to whatever type you want, but you may only do it once per battle. You can use it to...
Oh, thank God.
Yep, it only happens once per battle. Now you know. Sylveon coming out, a favorite of Mark Allen Jr. This thing can be quite menacing, and Pelipper coming out onto the field, setting up that rain. That is going to increase the attack of water moves and decrease the attack of fire moves. Oh, Tinkaton has awoken from her 4 p.m. nap and is about to use knockoff on the Pelipper, on Cannibal the Pelipper. Tailwind is set up. Tailwind doubles the speed of the Pokemon on your side, meaning this very slow moist boy is now going to be a lot faster. Jeff
got another yawn.
Jeff is now drowsy again as the Hyper Voice comes out, taking out the moist Gastrodon. The Throat Stray is set up, setting up an additional special attack on the Sylveon. A very impressive combo from Gentlebro. As Skewer, the Barraskewda, comes out onto the field. It does have that rain set up.
They have just started putting fish in the game, I see.
Yep. More fish, more fun. I love that.
As
Jeff,
they say in Canada.
I'm kind of loving Jeff the Sylveon.
His name, Jeff.
All right, what is this round going to hold? Could this be the final round? Let's see.
I've got some insider information on Gentlebro's side of the battle here.
Oh, Babit's 4PN is being removed from the field. Who is your
It looks
last...
like we might be seeing a swap here.
It is a bottom, a versatile bottom, coming out. What's the term? I don't know what the term is. There's a term for it. Sylveon terastallizing into water type. The rain now working against Arcolf as the Sylveon now has access to the water move set of the Terra Blast potentially. Jeff is protected by the Psychic Terrain as the Hurricane comes out doing a ton of damage to the bottom. But a Hyper Voice comes out, taking out the Pelipper, and Skewer, the Barraskewda, barely holds on. It is one fish against the world. But that Sylveon is now asleep. The Psychic Terrain has dispersed. Arkholf definitely in a tight spot here. He might still have the Tailwind up to give him that speed boost. We'll see what happens. The Follow Me from Indeedee, making all Pokemon focus just it. What does that mean for Arkholf? Drill Run. Not enough damage to take out the Indeedee, but still alive for another turn.
This could be the end.
If Sylveon wakes up, it is over for Arkholf, but if it stays asleep, there is a chance. The bottom is taken out with Aqua Jet, a priority water move that has been boosted in the rain.
The bottom took a lot of punishment.
Sylveon is still asleep. Jeff
The bottom is now sucked. Could this be?
This is a close match. Babit's 4 PM is at very little HP, and with Aqua Jet able to go in, unless Sylveon wakes up, this could be bad. A 4-turn sleep here could be terrible. The fake out!
Oh!
The fake out from Babit's 4 PM takes out Barraskewda!
And that is it, folks.
First round of the tournament goes to Gentlebro. What a fantastic first match of the tournament. The priority moves coming in. Amazing, amazing, amazing fight between these two very well-executed Pokemon competitors.
Switches turned into bottoms. Dicks were flattened. A fish was involved.
Indeed. I'm just going to let the competitors know to wait before going into their next match.
Monty is currently yelling at me for my language in our text chat.
Yep, it's fine. So let's see. We're going to be doing an interview after the, basically the round is over. But we are getting into the next match now, as we're going to be jumping over to Gentlebro's side to watch his decision-making in his team. Let us see how this match goes between these two veteran Pokemon trainers and their mighty teams. I see once again we're having Babe It's 4 PM coming in. Let us see what... Go ahead.
Is that... I'm sorry, is that just a tumbleweed?
It is. That is Brambleghast the Tumbleweed. I'm really hoping we get to see that at a match. I want to see the Brambleghast.
Well, I am learning, and it's great to learn because knowledge is power.
All right, this could be it. If Gentle wins this fight, that will knock out Arkholf out of the winner's bracket and put Gentle going forward in this tournament. Does Arkholf have what it takes to cinch out a win on this one, or is his fish fried? Betty and Frigidaire coming out. Betty the Yeti. Oh, and we are going to see that Brambleghast and that Talonflame coming out. That Talonflame immediately giving out some pressure, as it is a fire flying type. Which means that
now,
Betty might have a hard time. Go ahead, Arth.
I believe that both of Arkholf's Pokemon are ice types of some manner or another. Will that give him any advantage in this matchup whatsoever?
The Brambleghast is a grass type, so perhaps it might.
Grass is weak to ice now.
Yep, always has been. Removing the Yeti from the field, Arkholf is switching out, fearing that Talonflame, and is sending in Magnemoise, the great friend. An immediate Terastallization from Gentle's side. as Bramblegas is turning into the electric type. Look at that light bulb.
He wears that light bulb to showcase his intellect.
Tailwind coming out of the Talonflame, doubling the speed on Gentlebro's side. And Durst Devil gets a boost with the Wind Rider ability. Goes for a mighty Power Whip and takes out the Refrigerator Frigidaire in one shot.
We're going to have to call G about that one. General Electric.
Yep. Betty is coming back out. This shiny, beautiful Yeti definitely has put Arkholf at a deficit. He is down a Pokemon as this Bramblegas now is quite the threat on the field.
Arkholf is Bettying it all on this choice.
Indeed. Look at that Talonflame. What a beautiful bird. Talonflame going for the Brave Bird on Betty the Yeti. A super effective attack, but not enough to take it out and getting hit by that recoil. Power Whip coming out on Magnemoids, immediately taking it out. Oh, this is an unfortunate turn of
Another
events.
one-shot from the Tumbleweed.
This Bramblegas may be part Ghost type, but it also takes ghosts. It makes ghosts, rather. Betty pulling out the Aurora Veil, increasing the special defense of their Pokemon in the Blizzard, making his Pokemon much tankier, and bringing out the final Pokemon, the Tyranitar. Arcolf put in the corner, 2 Pokemon remaining, and only a little bit of damage on that Talonflame.
I do have the Eldritch knowledge that Tyranitar is in fact the strongest Pokemon in the game.
Yeah.
So
sure.
Arkholf has a quite the advantage here now.
Let's see what these battlers choose. We haven't seen a Terra on the side of Arkholf yet. I wonder if we're going to see it now. All right, the Bramblegas is being removed. Removing its buff to the Tailwind Wind Rider feat. Oh, unfortunately for Arkholf, it is 4 p.m. and it is time for Tinkaton to enter the field. Ice Shard comes out, but unfortunately due to the fire typing, it is resisted. And a Will-O-Wisp goes on to Tyranitar. He may have been the strongest Pokemon in the game, but now his attack has been reduced by that burn. A huge Rock Slide takes out the Talonflame in one shot, and it is now gone. We're 2-3 now.
Tailwind has been used up.
Tailwind is still active on the field, I believe, so I believe they still have that speed boost.
Now, this sand combined with this burn is definitely going to be harsh on this Tyranitar here.
Well, luckily that Tyranitar
slowly
is
lowering its immense power over the course of this battle.
Indeed. Luckily, Tyranitar is still the rock type that it usually is, which means it does not get affected by the sandstorm, but if it's terrestrialized, that could change. Gentlebro kind of counting his options here. All right, the Sylveon Jeff has come out. And here we see the terrestrialization from Arcolf. Are we going to see that on the Tyranitar? We are. The Tyranitar is going to become flying type once again, have those lovely little balloons on its head. Babe, it's 4 p.m. has faked out Betty, instantly making it flinch, and a Hyper Voice from Sylveon, but Betty holds on! And
Betty
heals.
eats some sort of nut.
It does. It eats a Guava Berry in order to heal itself back up, which is good because the Sandstorm this turn would have taken it out, but unfortunately the Throat Spray comes out, boosting the special attack. But the Stomping Tantrum from Tyranitar with that reduced attack, unfortunately, does not get the KO on the Tinkaton. Everyone here on the turn is...
via context clues, now that Tyranitar's type is no longer ground, he's getting buffeted by 2 sources of damage over time.
Slow chip damage over time. And the Tailwind on the side of Gentlebro has petered out. Granted, the Pokemon on Arcolf's side are not known to be very fast.
Still quite hefty, though.
They are heavy boys, indeed, Connor. Gigaton Hammer coming out, taking out Betty the Yeti. Betty is down, leaving all of this up to one Tyranitar against the world. Hyper Voice comes out, doing a fair bit of damage to the Tyranitar as another Stomping Tantrum comes out. Babe, it's 4 p.m. still standing up. She has an appointment and she is going to meet that appointment. No Earthquakes are going to stop her from that.
It's not looking good. Arkholf may be at the end of his rope here. Let's see if he can pull out a cheeky victory.
The Assault Vest has been knocked off, which means, unfortunately, this Hyper Voice is definitely going to get the KO, knocking at that Tyranitar. A fantastic match against two fantastic trainers, as unfortunately Arkholf is been knocked out of the winner's bracket, but his journey is not over yet. Gentle taking the win on that, and our first round win of the tournament. Connor, what do you make of this first match?
I gotta tell you, I was confused about half the time. They just have a bush now. You put crystals, you change the types. I am scared, I am confused, but I am here for it.
So am I, and with my beautiful artistic skills at MS Paint, I'm going to move Gentle up to the next bracket as he has successfully made it through the first round. I think we're ready for our first interview. What do you think?
I think I am also ready for this.
All right, let us pull in Gentle into the interview. We're gonna let him know we want to interview him, so we're gonna throw an ad at him in our lovely Green Room channel here. Gentlebro, if you would be so kind to join us for an interview, we can hear about your thoughts on this match. Let's get up the interview box here and let's grab Gentlebro. Gentlebro.
I'm in the box.
You are. What are your thoughts on the match? Connor, take it away. Interview our lovely competitor here.
That's right. We've led a trail of butts and boobs into the interview box to lure in Gentlebro. Gentlebro, how do you feel about that last match?
I'm so glad I got to use Bramblegast and that it worked.
What was your strategy with the Bramblegast coming into this tournament?
Okay, so Bramblegast, kind of a sleeper pick in my opinion. It's got this ability called Wind Rider that boosts its attack stat when it gets put in Tailwind. So I went with that. As you saw by my lovely little Talonflame, his loving and caring name.
Indeed, named Use Tailwind. Very apt and very accurate. Connor, please continue the interview as we prepare for our next matches here.
Now, Gentlebro, do you feel bad about beating up a sick person?
Horrible, actually. I thought I was gonna get decimated. But now I'm the bad guy.
Haha, you're a dick!
Yeah, we'd have been disappointed either way.
Understandable.
Now, was there any thought process into going into picking your Pokemon against Arkholf?
Well, when I saw his team and saw that it had 3 weather setters, I gotta admit, I had no idea what I was gonna do. So I just went with God on that one.
And it seems like God may have been on your side.
It seems like Arceus was listening. A fantastic first round, Gentle. Thank you so much for joining us in the interview booth. But I think we are ready to organize our next round of matches. Congratulations on the win, and we hope to see you in the next round.
Thank you. Goodbye.
That was Gentlebro, everybody. I think it's time for us to announce our next round. Our next round will be between Marcus and Theropod Art.
Spraying off the booth.
What?
I was spraying off the booth there.
Thank you. Thank you for spraying it off. It had a little bit of a smell to it. It smelled like victory. All right, we're going to call in our next
competitor you are, Monty.
Of Marcus and Theropod to the tournament here. Call them here, and we're going to grab... How are how's chat doing? Connor, why don't you ask how chat's doing?
How you doing, chat? How you feeling after that pulse-pounding match?
We got quite a few people here today. Chat, I have a question for you. What is your favorite Pokemon? I think chat's hungrier for blood than our competitors. This is good. This is good. People are betting in the betting pools. I hope you guys are liking it. And again, all matches are a best of 3, meaning for whoever gets 2 out of the 3 matches wins. Our finals, however, will be a best of 5.
I'm seeing a lot of degenerate furries saying Lucario in chat.
Yeah. What is your favorite Pokemon, Connor?
Oh goodness. I've got a couple options I could say here. I think the one that I'm most nostalgic for is Typhlosion. Because I'm not sure how many people know this story. I actually had a shiny Typhlosion. Back before I even knew what a shiny Pokemon was.
One second, we are having a quick technical issue here.
Yes.
There we go. It is fixed now. Excellent.
Yeah, I had no idea on my little cartridge because I was stupid and I let my batteries run out a lot and I didn't save, so my game just kept restarting.
Alrighty, well, as our trainers are getting ready in the wings, we have Theropod Art versus Marcus. Now, Connor, do you have any predictions as to what type of teams we may see from these players?
Well, seeing as how Thero is a degenerate Scaly, I'm expecting to see quite a bit of lizards on his team. Probably a Salazzle, just because, you know, wood.
Yep. All right, well, we actually are ready to get into it now. As they are now selecting their teams, let us go over to the actual screen capture here. Let me turn up the audio here. Unfortunately, we're not getting audio from Theropod. We are going to need to request that Theropod double checks his audio real fast.
Yes, we need to make sure he turns his audio on.
If not, we may
Otherwise...
need to request that AP Sejuani perhaps streams instead. Let's give it 2 seconds here as we set this up. Honestly, surprised it's worked so well this far. I was ready for more technical problems, not gonna lie.
All right, our Pikachus are standing by. Is there like a mechanic Pokemon? I don't even.
Magneton. Let's see.
Oh,
we got audio now.
all right. Our Magnetons are standing by.
We have audio, but the overlay is scuffed, unfortunately. But we are going to use it because this is all we got, unfortunately. Let's get into it as the next match comes in. This looks terrible. We're very sorry, but unfortunately, we're having some technical issues. But as we get
Just remember, chat, no spoilers or hints of any kind for Thero.
Indeed. Immediately, as you predicted, we do see 2 reptile-like Pokemon in the form of Tyranitar, the strongest Pokemon ever, and the new Cyclizar, a Pokemon exclusive to Paldea. Oh, interesting. We see that Marcus has put Anger Point on his bull, maxing its attack, one-shotting Commissions Open, knocking him out instantly. That brief advertisement brought to you in part by a very angry bull as Paldean Tauros, a water-type Paldean Tauros, takes out his Pokemon. Shedtail coming out of that Cyclizar, essentially setting up a substitute in order to switch in a Pokemon.
I just can't get over how he absolutely smanched the strongest Pokemon in all the games in one attack.
That Tauros now has max attack, making it a terrifying threat on this field. But Choco Taco, the, oh my god, I forgot the Pokemon's name. Who am I? Baxcalibur, sorry, a new Pokemon also, from Paldea comes out and is safely put behind that substitute as Nanoland, the fucking Nanoland, the Breloom comes out and is joining Choco Taco in the fray.
It looks like Thero's gonna try to get another NATO out there.
Indeed. Thank you again for your patience as the stream is a little scuffed. Unfortunately, we probably should have made sure this was working before we got right into the match, but we've learned our lesson. This is our first time doing something like this, so thank you so much for your patience. A terastallization coming out for Nanoland. Nanoland is becoming the electric type. Look at that mushroom. That is a spicy mushroom. Bloody Mary
now,
using taunt on the Breloom, meaning it can only attack now. It cannot use any, essentially non-attacking moves. Oh, a huge amount of damage! Mattered. A huge amount of damage on Nanoland, as Nanoland is instantly taken out by this very powerful Tauros.
Absolutely shooshing that Peepo.
Indeed. 2 Pokemon down, Glaive Rush coming out, taking out that incredibly strong Tauros, and it is now gone. But it has done its job, taking out 2 of Theropod's Pokemon. Bloody Mary, the Frostlass, taking a bit of Sandstorm damage there.
Learning that move from Monster Hunter, absolutely taking out that beast of a Tauros.
Indeed. Fashion, the Peckish coming out. A beautiful, shiny Hatterene. And a Raptor coming back out onto the field. Can Theropod irk out the win here with his Pokemon definitely looking pretty weakened? Right now, that Baxcalibur at the moment currently is very vulnerable after using that Glaive Rush, an attack that does a ton of damage, but in the following turn, you take double damage.
This may shock you, but I have no idea what's going to happen here.
Looks like going for the Protect there on Choco Taco, preventing that damage from coming through, as Destiny Bond comes out on the Frostlass, revealing that move. Raptor going for a double edge, taking out half HP of Fashion, but taking its own damage as well. Dazzling Gleam coming out from Fashion, that Baxcalibur protecting itself, but unfortunately, poor Raptor is caught in the blast and is taken out.
The last Choco Taco fighting for its life out here.
Didn't they just continue Choco Taco?
That is correct.
This is the last Choco Taco in the universe, currently fighting a ghost ice woman and a fancy wizard woman.
Fighting to achieve glory, fighting to resurrect its clan. The Sasuke of dessert treats.
Indeed. Bloody Mary getting withdrawn here. Probably going to see Marcus's last Pokemon, which is Bad Romance. The Garganackle.
That is just a pyramid.
Yep. Oh! Baxcalibur taking out Fashion, the Hatterene, instantly, leaving it 2 against 1, as Baxcalibur has his back against the wall. But back is in his name. There is a chance that he could get through here, but he's got a very, very strong Pokemon in the form of Bad Romance, the Garganackle, and Bloody Mary, who's got a lot of really strong moves, including that Destiny Bond.
It looks as though perhaps
Destiny Bond coming out.
Bond.
Baxcalibur going for the Iron Head, taking out Bloody Mary, but what
That'll
a curse.
do it.
What a curse that they've bestowed upon them as the cursed body takes hold. And not only that, due to the Destiny Bond, Baxcalibur is taken out with it.
Absolutely bamboozled there.
Leaving just Garganackle.
And that's it.
That is it, folks. A fantastic match from our 2 competitors. A very interesting moveset on the Frostlass. I also, very impressive performance by the Baxcalibur on Theropod's team, taking out several Pokemon despite its back being up against the wall. But as we set up for our next round here, we're going to be viewing from the Marcus's side.
Right you are.
1-0, 1 point in Marcus's corner here. We're going to wait for Marcus here to stream. I'm just gonna let them know that we're gonna want to see. We're filming from your side. What were your thoughts on the Pokemon you saw in this match, Connor?
Absolutely called it with Thero's team there. All lizards all the time. That what was it called? A Greavard or something? I'm not certain.
A Baxcalibur.
The last Choco Taco definitely
Give us
had
a second.
some
Do not
very
start the match
strong...
yet. Hold on. I gotta let the... One second. I gotta message our computer. Keep talking to chat. We're good. I gotta do this. You need to distract them while I do this.
Some very strong moves from the last Choco Taco, which I am going to insist on calling it for the rest of this tournament. But some absolutely mind-boggling tricks from the Destiny Bond, a move I am in fact familiar with.
Indeed, yes. That is a move that has been present for quite a few generations.
That is correct. Right, you are. Isn't that the one with that's the nail slowly going into the Pokemon sprite?
That is Curse.
And then it goes. Oh, gotcha.
Destiny Bond is a very popular move on Wobbuffet, as it is kind of the signature move of Wobbuffet. We are unfortunately having some issues with our capturing here. Unfortunately, Marcus's capture card is not bringing up his stream as a full stream. We're gonna try to figure...
Looks fine on my end.
It is not full screen for me, though, unfortunately. It's creating a bit of a wide, sort of, like, framed look to it, but we will edit it live.
Oh, yes, I do.
Yeah.
I do see that.
Unfortunately, we were going into the match. Not enough time for me to fix that, so I will have to fix it on the fly as we go into our next match.
We'll do it live, folks.
All right.
Fuck it.
Oops, one thing.
I fucking called it here, folks.
Why can't I move?
There's the Salazzle.
The Salazzle is in the battle, and we are just increasing the size of the window frame here. Just give me 2 seconds. There we are. We're doing it live.
That's right, chat. Did I call it, or did I call it?
All right, we now see the Tauros back on the field. This terrifying combo. We do have the Salazzle as the taunt comes out onto the Cyclozar, stopping the potential Shed Tail from coming out. Earthquake coming out, a huge amount of damage as VTuber is immediately taken out. There are no VTubers to be found on this stream.
VTuber, the lowest class of citizen, has been taken out immediately. Now, I noticed that Earthquake affected all of the Pokemon except for Tauros, including that, what's it,
The Frostlass. The Frostlass may have a balloon, a floating balloon, which is essentially an item that allows you to levitate for free. The only way you can get rid of that balloon is by hitting with a physical attack, I believe, or just an attack in general, preventing it from being damaged. Once again,
excellent choice here.
Once again, we see we see Nanoland come in.
Nanoland coming in for another NATO.
Indeed. Terrestrialization on to this Tauros as it becomes Terrorstite-type Steel. A very interesting choice from Marcus here, as this bull is not taking any bull.
That bull just has an axe in its forehead now. I'm not sure what sort of tactical advantage that will avail him.
A double terrestrialization coming out also from Theropod as he answers back with the electric terrestrialization Breloom. Frost Breath coming out onto Marcus's own Tauros, triggering that anger point, maxing out his attack as he goes for another Earthquake. Bloody Mary is taken off the field, unfortunately, taking his own Pokemon.
With the own Earthquake.
However, it is a double knockout, I believe, in the form of Cyclozar and Nanoland getting instantly destroyed. This Tauros is wrecking havoc on the battlefield.
A sacrificial play button, effective one.
An entire field wipe from one Pokemon. This thing is a menace. Donatella...
Need a puff and treat for that Tauros if it survives that grievous head injury.
Here comes the Baxcalibur, and It is by itself on the field against Marcus's devastating Tauros and Alejandro, the lovely Serena, a lovely grass-type Pokemon that could have some interesting things with it. Going straight for the close combat, instantly taking out Choco Taco.
Oh!
And
The last
unfortunately,
Choco Taco going down.
And unfortunately, Theropod's placement in the winning bracket with it, as Marcus has proven himself quite the strategic trainer, taking down Theropod.
Blink and you miss it. Round 2 is over, and the win goes to AP Sejuani.
Indeed. Marcus, with his League of Legends skills, knows how to tilt them, and unfortunately takes out Theropod.
But that's not the last we've seen of him, as Thero is going with Arkholf to the loser's bracket.
To the loser's bracket with Theropod. I will say, in the defense of Theropod, I appreciate that he used Pokemon that he liked. You know what? I think for that, it deserves a round of applause, chat. If you
Fair
could...
play. Fair play.
Indeed, indeed. Round of applause for
Respectful
our competitors.
claps in chat.
Indeed. I like that he brought out the Salazzle. I like that it was named VTuber. I appreciate that quite a bit.
Definitely called it.
We're gonna have Theropod stay for an interview here, as we're gonna see where he's at, as he unfortunately lost. But we're gonna see what he has to say about this match and about the devastating force of 50 pounds of beef. Once we have Theropod ready to go. All right, Theropod, if you could please join us. I believe we have Theropod live with us now. Theropod, are you with us?
Hello?
Hello.
What, how's it going, everybody?
We're doing just fine here. Unfortunately for you, you're not in quite that good of a position. How do you feel about that loss, Thero?
Not gonna lie, pretty disappointed in my team. But you know, I brought my favorites from this gen, and you know what? I feel like I won in that aspect.
Well, my brother in Christ, you picked them. Moving on, the Salazzle choice, what bring us through the thought process on the Salazzle choice. What could have possibly made you want to add Salazzle to your team?
Well, Connor, have you heard of this thing called the Harkness test?
Okay, all right. This interview is changing direction right now. This is going places where not even an unofficial Pokemon tournament, I think, can go.
Right you are, Monty.
I rest my case.
Well,
gotcha. Going with the
Marcus brought a team. Marcus brought a team and fucking slayed. That was gorgeous.
Indeed, Marcus, the surprising Anger Point Tauros on his team, bringing out a ton of damage. What a terrifying combo.
Now, I do have an actual legitimate question.
Sure.
You did go for the theme, the all lizard team, but were there any strategic aspects to your picks? I know that I'm not sure if these were all of the lizard Pokemon, or if you picked them specifically because of certain attributes that made them stronger than others.
Definitely went with the lizard and dragon slant, and really the only strategy was like, listen, every tool in my toolbox is a sledgehammer. I just put good moves on the Pokemon, and that's kind of as far as my strategy went. Like, I kind of have a thing with the Shed Tail Raptor, Cyclizar thing, but that's about it.
Good enough for me. Commendable to stick with the bit.
Yeah.
Well, we appreciate it. It was a very entertaining match. I enjoyed seeing the Breloom and the Cyclizar and the Salazzle, some really interesting picks for this tournament, and it was quite a joy to see.
I love them. They're my friends.
They are. And luckily, you can continue battling with your friends in the losers bracket. You're not completely out of this tournament just yet, so it's not just a one and done. You have been put into the losers tournament bracket, so there's more battles to come with you and your lizard team. Thank you so much for joining us, Theropod. We are going to collect our next group of challengers in the form of MsTweetums and Gaius. Theropod, in your thoughts, who do you think has got this one? What are you expecting from these two lovely trainers coming into this next round?
My money's on MsTweetums. I'm sorry, guys.
Wow, throwing Gaius under the bus almost immediately.
She killed a man in our D&D game, just in cold fucking blood. It was the scariest thing I've ever seen in my fucking life.
MsTweetums with that raw murderous power.
Yeah.
Be interesting to
Let's see if that
applies to
ruthlessness
Pokemon.
will treat her well here.
Theropod, thank you so much for joining us here in the interview corner. Thank you so much for the fantastic match. I am sorry for the loss, but I hope you had fun, and I know we did.
Did Chad have fun? That's all I care about.
Chat, did you have fun?
Did you, chat?
There is a 30-second delay, so we probably won't see for a while.
All right, I'm gonna head to the green room. Thank you.
All right, sounds good. Take care, and thank you for the
Have a
interview.
good bye.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Oh, that was the wrong border. Oh, that's the wrong thing, too. This whole thing is falling apart. All right, there seems to be a lot of love for Thero in the chat, but as we move on to our next round, we have our next competitors in the form of Gaius Ghostpaws, a personal friend of mine, a person I'm probably going to play Digimon with later today, and MsTweetums, my Discord mod, who has actually been setting up our betting pool. Now, for those in chat, there may not be a betting pool for this particular round of matches, as MsTweetums must focus on murdering my friend live on my stream. So, let me get these two. I believe they are all ready to go. We're going to start with Gaius' side, potentially, here. As we get into it, and he is looking good. Perfect. They are looking fantastic. I think we're ready to get into the battles here. We're just going to wait for them to set up. This is going to be Gaius versus MsTweetums. We're going to wait to see here until we get in. Connor, what are your predictions for this match?
Well, having very little information, going off of context clues here, I feel as though MsTweetums might have a stark advantage here, but Gaius, the sleeper hit here, might be able to use that integrity and dedication and pull out a win here.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. One second, I'm just communicating. Can you go ahead and continue talking with chat?
That's right. Chat, what are your predictions? We are seeing a lot of love for MsTweetums here in the chat right now. MsTweetums, as you all may know, wonderful moderator and member of the community over at the Unexpectables. Which is our D&D stream, for those of you who
Indeed.
may or
Also
may not know if you live under a rock.
Fantastic artists as well. We actually have quite a few artists in this tournament, which is really, really fun to see. I think primarily artists, with a few people who aren't. But it seems like the match is getting set up here. The battle rules are being selected here.
Right you are, Monty.
Alrighty. And it seems that they're picking music. We've also allowed for the competitors to choose their own music for when they are being streamed. So that is kind of a nice little added bonus of fun. There's a lot of really, really cool music to enjoy. We're going to be first seeing through Gaius' side. They're going to be starting up here. I'm just giving the players the go-ahead to get going. As I have to use my phone, and I'm not a good millennial. I'm bad at texting.
Well, chat, how are we feeling so far? Are we excited for this next round?
Alright, both competitors are good to go whenever they are ready. They have their preparations complete, and we are going into it now. As the teams have been presented, an immediate interesting thing here to notice. I'm seeing a trend here with Gaius' team.
And what might that be?
It appears that Gaius has brought a all-ghost team to this tournament.
All ghosts. Now, I do know that Psychic is strong against ghost types, but ghost types are generally fairly strong overall.
It seems, I believe, I can't remember if Psychic is super effective against ghosts. I actually don't think it is. I think it's poison it is, so it's good against, like, Gengar.
Why
and
is
stuff
poison
like
effective against ghosts?
Poison is not. We'll figure it out. Yeah, Psychic does neutral damage to Ghost types. It does not do super effective damage, but you are correct. Ghost does super effective damage to Psychic types. But looking at MsTweetums here, I love seeing the Clodsire. What a surprising addition to this team is this lovely little lumpy lad of the Clodsire. I see a Azumarill, which is quite the physical powerhouse. We see Garganacl as well, once again, a very strong defensive Pokemon. And Pawmot, a very interesting addition to the team. This lovely little electric guy has a very, very unique attack. I don't know, I believe that this one is carrying it, which is the ability to revive a fainted team member. Meowscarada and Ceruledge, a very, very cool looking Pokemon, has been added to this team. But who are they going to start with as we get into the first round of this match against Gaius and Tweedoms? Ooh, there's some nice music for you. We got Absolute Unit. And, I gotta see the other name of the Ceruledge, and Sir Painson against Wenhell, the Frostlass, and Anakin, the Palisand.
Now, being made of sand, Anakin does not have the high ground, but what advantages does Anakin have over MsTweetums' team here?
Well, interesting that Ceruledge is a ghost type, and with that Shadow Sneak does get off some chip damage, as, surprisingly, Wenhell, the Frostlass, sets up spikes. Yawn comes out of Absolute Unit, meaning that if that Frostlass does not switch out, that means it is going to fall asleep the following turn, and spikes are set up as Earth Power comes out on the Clodsire, a ground poison type, but luckily it does survive and restores a bit of HP with its Black Sludge. However, those spikes have been laid out on the field. Those spikes, anytime you switch in your Pokemon, it will do damage to your Pokemon. We got two very tanky ground types on both sides and two very strong attacking Pokemon on either side. The question is that Frostlass going to leave the field, or is it going to stay and try and do some more damage?
Well, I gotta tell you, insider information is telling me it looks like we're gonna go for another run back with Destiny Bond here.
Indeed, but will there be enough damage to take out the Frostlass? Bitter Blade comes out! Oh, it survives with 1
not
HP!
Quite!
Unfortunately, I believe that Gaius may have forgotten that they put a Focus Sash on their Frostlass, preventing the Destiny Bond from going off from the one-hit KO as the pointed stones float around as Clodsire sets up his own field hazards. Oh, absolutely.
Could that be a fatal mistake?
This could be a fatal mistake, but now it is revealed that this Frostlass does has Destiny Bond, which begs the question, will MsTweetums attack it again? Anakin restores some HP, and so does what was his name? Absolute Unit. Absolute Unit and Anakin are both very tanky ground-type Pokemon here.
And it looks like Frostlass is now asleep.
Frostlass is asleep and is at 1 HP, but unfortunately, I don't know if it'll wake up in the first turn. It might. I'm not sure. I think it at least has to do 1 round of sleep, but we'll see.
This all boils down to luck, and it looks like luck is not on their side.
Hell is asleep as the Swords Dance comes out of Sir Painson, increasing the attack by 2 stages, making it quite strong, as Toxic comes out, poisoning that Sandcastle. This is definitely a slow-going field, but oh, Absolute Unit is taken out by the Earth Power family, but he leaves with a gift in the form of that Toxic. Anakin is going to heal up with his leftovers, but he's going to take some damage from that Toxic, undoing all of that leftovers work. And as the turns kind of continue, that Toxic damage is going to increase tenfold each time the longer you keep that Pokemon out.
Narrowing out. And it looks like MsTweetums sending out...
Go ahead.
Is that an Azumarill?
That is an Azumarill called Vapor Wave coming out. Now this thing is, it looks cute and adorable, just like MsTweetums, but there's murder in those eyes.
Taking a little damage from the Caltrops.
Indeed. If any of...
And it looks like Wenhell being swapped out.
Dupligos coming out. A Mimikyu. Do you know what Mimikyu is?
Mimikyu, it's rather famous. Even I have heard of it. It's a Pokemon that is pretending to be a Pikachu, and it looks like Anakin did not have the high ground.
Anakin getting
And got
double
taken out.
attacked by both of MsTweetums' Pokemon, leaving Gaius with their last Pokemon that is kind of full health and healthy and ready to go. A shiny Mismagius Green Goblin flies
Green
in.
Goblin, Peter Parker's arch enemy, has entered the battlefield.
But what will it do in this sort of cornered position right now? Terastallization coming from the side of Gaius as Mimikyu terastallizes into the normal type. An interesting choice here, perhaps trying to avoid a Shadow Sneak from the Ceruledge of Sir Painson. Green Goblin will protect themselves with a Protect. I like to imagine it's their little floating, flying saucer thing they fly around on.
Yes, we have our own hovercraft.
Vaporwave coming in with the Aqua Jet, removing Dupligo's disguise, meaning now it can be attacked. Shadow Claw coming out, one-hitting Sir Painson. Sir Painson, his sword has fallen. He is down. A massive amount of damage from that Mimikyu.
That giant diamond seeming to weigh down the Mimikyu's head over there. Might need to see a chiropractor after all is said and done here. But now we have another Just a Pyramid.
Salt and Paint entering the field. Speaking of giant diamonds, this defensive unit coming in to team up with this Azurill.
This has been a very competitive match so far.
Interesting. Sultan Guard using Wide Guard, an attack that basically protects you from spread moves like Surf or Earthquake or Rock Slide, but it doesn't seem such a move was chosen as Woodhammer comes out of this Mimikyu, doing massive damage to Salt and Pain, the Garganackle. Superpower coming out, taking out Mimikyu. Mimikyu is down. Giant Diamond has been shattered, but Vaporwave's defense has gone down. This leaves Gaius with just two Pokemon, Green Goblin and Wenhel, who is at 1 HP and still asleep. Can Gaius skirt out a win, perhaps even trying for a Destiny Bond in hopes? Well, never mind, they died to the spikes. I forgot about them.
Oh, an unfortunate turn of events. Norman Osborn is alone on the field here.
Both of MsTweetums' Pokemon are quite weak, though. Perhaps with the right target, Green Goblin could make a supervillain victory here. As a Terastallization comes out of MsTweetums, giving Azurill that beautiful Fairy-type Terastallization. Look at that heart. Again, very cute, but there's murder in those eyes. As an Aqua Jet comes out, doing a little bit of damage, and a Thunderbolt comes out. And because of the Terastallization, Azurill just barely survives. If it was still a water type, it probably would have been taken out. Go ahead, sorry, Colin.
Excellent choice from MsTweetums there to change the type from water.
Green Goblin trying to kind of scout out what's going on, putting up a Protect just to see how long it can survive as an Aqua Jet comes out of Vapor Wave. A very foreboding attack.
Just biding time here, but will this be enough? Heavy Slam also protected against.
Indeed, Heavy Slam is an attack where if your weight is higher than your opponent, it does do more damage, and that thing is made out of rocks. One Mismagius against the world. What will be? It's not looking good. Aqua Jet out of Azurill is not enough to
Green
take the
Goblin
KO.
responds with a Goblin Bomb, trying to take out Vaporwave here.
Vaporwave is taken off the field. His Terastallization is now gone, leaving Mismagius versus the Garganackle. Heavy Slam coming out. It is not enough. Garganackle. The Pyramid takes out Green Goblin for the win.
MsTweetums taking home the victory in this first very competitive round of this matchup.
This was quite the back and forth. This one was definitely not one-sided, as we are going to switch over to MsTweetums' side for the next round here. What would you have to say about that match, Connor? That was quite an interesting match.
I gotta tell you, I could not tell what was going on, but my pulse was pounding. That one went right down to the wire with the final 2 Pokemon squaring off. It looked like it could go either way, but unfortunately, the numbers were just not on Gaius' side there.
Indeed. But there is a second round, and Gaius is not out of the tournament yet, as we have, this is a best of 3, meaning that there is a potential for Gaius to cinch out a win here and perhaps take home a win, or even just put up quite a fight. Looks like the competitors are choosing their team, so let's switch over now to our competitor view. As MsTweetums, we now see her team currently present. We did not see Cilantro, the Meowscarada, nor Pumpkin, the Pawmot, enter the field, but perhaps we will see it this time. I already see that the Cilantro, the Meowscarada, has been chosen, and it looks like we are ready to go into our next round here.
One can only imagine what Gaius might be picking for this matchup.
Indeed, I wonder if he is going to pick a ghost type. Alright, here we go. Oh my gosh, Gaius is sending out Wenhell as well as Cryptobrost. Sorry, just changing the volume of the music here as we've got some really nice hardcore coming in. And MsTweetums starting with Absolute Unit. Again, love to see that Clodsire. What a lovely Pokemon to see in this tournament. And Cilantro, the Meowscarada. Meowscarada being a very terrifying threat. Wenhell sets up the spikes, same as the previous round, but this Goldango, this Pokemon made entirely out of coins, is quite threatening. A huge knockoff from the Meowscarada, taking down Wenhell, the Frostlass, to 1 HP and knocking off its Focus Sash, but luckily it activated before that happened. Nasty Plot coming out of Cryptobros, setting up a special attack as Absolute Unit comes in with a Yawn against Wenhell, setting up that aggressive pressure here.
Cryptobros plotting another rug pull.
Gaius is definitely not going down without a fight, setting up this Goldango to be quite the terrifying threat. But will it stay on the field long enough to see the fruits of the labor come about? Wenhell throws out the Destiny Bond, a very threatening
Destiny
move.
Bond had some mixed results here in this tournament so far. We'll see.
Flower Trick coming out of Meowscarada, not doing a ton of damage against that Goldango, and that was a crit. Flower Trick always confirms a critical hit, but it does pop Cryptobros balloon. Make It Rain explodes out, taking out Cilantro, the Meowscarada, and Absolute Unit just barely holding on.
Cryptobros taking Cilantro to the moon with that play there.
As Absolute Unit places down some Stealth Rocks, adding their own hazard to the battlefield, and heals a little bit from that Black Sludge, but that is a huge, huge amount of damage from that Goldango of Cryptobros. MsTweetums not even deliberating, sending out Vapor Wave, the adorable murderer of killing just power. Vapor Wave does take a little bit of damage from those spikes as they come in.
Gaius taking an early lead here as opposed to last time.
Indeed, indeed. Playing a bit safer here. And very, very smart play on MsTweetums' side to make this Frostlass go to sleep, preventing that Destiny Bond from taking effect.
And it looks like Gaius is withdrawing that Frostlass and sending out the Mimikyu Duplighost.
Mimikyu does take a bit of damage as another Make It Rain comes through from Cryptobros, taking out Absolute Unit. But Vapor Wave is fine. It's worth pointing out that every single time that this Goldango, this Cryptobros uses huge amount of damage from the Azurill there. Every time Cryptobros does use Make It Rain, it is reducing its special attack by a stage each time.
Using it to great effect so far.
Salt and Pain coming out again. Let's see what we see. We haven't seen a Terastallization just yet. I'm very curious to see if we're going to see one in this turn from Gaius. Cryptobros using Recover in order to
recouping
regain
those funds.
Indeed, recouping those funds. as the Mimikyu goes for a Sword Stance. Some very bold plays coming out of Gaius right now. Liquidation coming out of Azurill, chipping down some more damage. As Salt and Pain uses Salt Cure, this attack has a very unique property in which it does damage over time, but the damage over time is more prevalent if it's a Steel or Water type, and because Gholdengo is a Steel Ghost type, it takes a ton of damage from that Salt Cure. A fantastic play by MsTweetums. Both sides playing incredibly well and incredibly strategically.
Indeed. However, it does look like Gaius might have the upper hand here.
Indeed, that Mimikyu with that Sword Stance setup is quite threatening. Wide Guard
coming out from Salt and Pain.
Now that will stop the Make It Rain from the Gholdengo if they choose to do that, but they don't! They choose to go with the Shadow Ball instead, a much more good idea, as Vaporwave is taken out with a Shadow Ball. Could this be our first, third round knockout?
Go to round 3.
Oh my god!
There you have it, homeboy!
Salt and Pain is taken out with the Woodhammer by Mimikyu, taking a ton of damage in the process, but it does not matter. That Garganackle is gone. We are going to a best of 3, Connor.
Cryptobrost cinching that out, making all the difference and minting an absolutely glorious victory for Gaius.
Indeed. We're going to be swapping back to Gaius' side for the final match of this round. Quite a round this is. This is probably our closest match we've had thus far between these two competitors, MsTweetums and Gaius. I have been told and informed that if MsTweetums beats Gaius, that there will be pancakes later.
Well, I know who I'm voting for. I should be an unbiased commentator here, but I do like pancakes.
We are setting up for the final match here, a best of 3. These two are very closely matched. I hope they take their time when selecting their teams and really think about their strategies going into this. We are just getting prepared here. Connor, what are your predictions for this match?
The way that this has gone so far, I couldn't begin to tell you. We may see that the Pokemon known as Pumpkin from MsTweetums' side come out, but I'm not entirely sure. That Cryptobrost was definitely
quite devastating.
The deal maker for Gaius here.
All right, it looks like we're getting into the next battle here as they've already selected their teams, and we are getting into it. Our final round against Gaius and MsTweetums. Win or lose, what a fantastic round of Pokemon battling between these two trainers. Let's get into it. Once again, a start with Absolute Unit and that lovely Ceruledge. You love to see it. We have Cryptobrost and Anakin coming out as Sir Painson and Absolute Unit take the field.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
An interesting change of start in here with the Palossand and the oh my gosh, Gholdengo coming in. A nasty plot from Gaius, a bold play right out of the gate, setting up a special attack. As also Tweedoms answers with their own Sword Stance from their Ceruledge. A huge aggressive play from both sides. As the Yawn comes out, but unfortunately, due to the good as gold ability from Gholdengo, the Yawn does not take effect. As a massive Earth Power comes out, a critical hit!
That's a critical hit!
Anakin has taken out the younglings in the form of Ceruledge with that massive Earth Power. MsTweetums now in a terrible state of affairs as Pumpkin, the Paldea champion, comes out. Pumpkin having that ability to revive a Pokemon coming out. We'll see what happens.
As I predicted, that may be a strategy to recoup the losses, the early losses on MsTweetums' side here.
Indeed. And there it is, Revival Blessing coming out of the palm mat, reviving the Ceruledge in the back corner of MsTweetums' Pokemon. That Pokemon has been revived and is at half health in her party now as the Make It Rain comes out. Huge amount of damage.
Oh my goodness!
That special attack boost doing work. but Absolute Unit is setting up the Stealth Rock, preventing any sort of Focus Sash from coming out and doing a little bit of chip damage. As Anakin also sets up Stealth Rock, there are now Stealth Rocks on both sides of the team. Interesting strategy from both. It is huge that Palmat has survived. It seems that it is faster than other things on this team. But let's see. Both these Pokemon now really weak on the side of MsTweetums, while Gaius has taken no damage on either side.
Gaius in a fantastic position here for this matchup. But the battle has only just started. Let's see if MsTweetums can pull out something here in a terrestrialization. I think I said that right.
Oh, terrestrialized electric type on the Palmat that will increase its electric attacks by a ton here. But the question is, where's the target? Definitely not going to be that Palossand. It is going for the Goldango. Huge amount of damage. Cryptobro's air balloon has popped, and Pumpkin has used up its electricity. Shadow Ball coming out of the Goldango, taking out the Palmat. But that Palmat has done tons of work on this team as Pumpkin falls, but it has revived Ceruledge and done a ton of damage to Cryptobro.
Absolutely worthy sacrifice. Look at the look of contentment on that Pokemon's face right there.
That blockchain is about to become a break chain at this rate as Anakin grows very tired from Absolute Unit's yawn. A huge Earth Power takes out Absolute Unit, meaning 2 Pokemon are now down, and MsTweetums has 2 remaining, while Gaius has all 4 of their Pokemon still standing. Chat is upset by the death of Pumpkin. We see you, chat, in the chat. But let's see if MsTweetums can cinch out a win, if Pumpkin is the hero we deserve, as the last Pokemon from MsTweetums is going to be the Meowscarada. Now that Anakin the Sand has been yawned, so if it remains in here for the turn, it will go to sleep, but it might be able to stick in and do some damage.
The ace of Gaius' team here, Cryptobros, looking like it might be in a bad position here.
Flower Trick from the Meowscarada is not enough to take out Anakin, unfortunately, doing a ton of damage though. And Cryptobros doing Make It Rain, taking
Another Make It Rain!
A ton of damage, taking out Cilantro and Serpainston, and unfortunately, MsTweetums has been taken out of the winner's bracket.
That is it, folks. And unlike real life, it's looking like Crypto's actually worth something here, as Gaius's ace in the hole Cryptobros managed to pull out the upset in rounds 2 and 3.
Indeed. What a fantastic series of matches between these 2 trainers. I think win or lose, it was quite the impressive match. And I think both of them battled with a variety of teams, and I'm very impressed by basically the strategy and the Pokemon choice. Gaius coming in with an all-unique Ghost team, and MsTweetums coming in with some really interesting picks in the Ceruledge and the Azurill. Amazing matches.
I gotta tell you, that was pretty terrific. Seeing the themed team come out on top was quite the spectacular treat there.
I think sorry, you continue, sorry.
The Cryptobros, absolutely, I've never seen this Pokemon before. It was just a stack of coins, but managing to cinch out the victory quite handily. The ace in the hole, the linchpin of Gaius' team here in this other round.
It looks like Gaius is going to have to get the pancakes today as Gaius continues on to the next round.
Right you are, Monty.
Give me 1 second. We're going to organize a lovely interview with MsTweetums here. Let's pull up MsTweetums onto our TV here. MsTweetums, are you with us?
Hello?
Hello?
Hello. Sorry.
Hello, indeed.
That beating really did a number on my pancreas. Hello?
Are you internally bleeding?
Potentially. But that was a very good match. My opponent was spot on reading, and who knew a stack of coins had fists, man?
Indeed.
Easily.
Connor, you go ahead and take away with our interview as I set up our next challengers.
That was easily, thank you, that was easily the most competitive match we've seen so far of the tournament. Tell me, MsTweetums, did the early victory make you a little cocky and possibly underestimate Gaius in the later rounds?
No. I was sweating bullets trying to figure out what next Pokemons they were going to use, and who knew a stack of coins had fists? That was a very good play, very good read.
Both of you being very aggressive with your setup moves, you with the sword stance and Gaius with the nasty plot. An interesting sort of same hat situation here as the two of you strategized against each other. Very interesting plays from the both of you.
Yes, it was very interesting. Unfortunately, the stack of coins was faster than moving armor. Who knew metal versus metal in speed, the coins would win?
Indeed.
Now, if you two were to meet again in this tournament, what plans do you have against the Crypto Broast?
I think I would find the server room where all the crypto is being held and burn it to the ground prior to the match.
Yes,
An amazing plan, one that I am fully on board with.
I mean, I would find another Pokemon to counter. Totally not arson.
All right, well, thank you so much,
Right,
MsTweetums.
you are.
MsTweetums, our next round contains BrachyZoid and Elam. What are your predictions for this next match?
Oh boy, I'm not too sure. It seems like every match there's been surprises and twists. I do expect at least one butt though.
Okay, one butt is coming in. Well, let's see what the next round has for as the final round of the first bracket of the winner's bracket, and MsTweetums just disappeared. Okay, goodbye. She just left, just like that. Well, MsTweetums has abandoned us. Our next round will be between BrachyZoid and Elam. We have our Mexican friend versus our Australian friend. Do you think... I was gonna say, I'm like, is there game
Truly, it's a battle of scariest places to live.
Indeed. You got the Chupacabra in one place and giant spiders in the other. All right, so Connor, why don't
you are, Monty.
Why don't you speak with our lovely chat as I figure out how we're doing here with the setup for both Elam and Brachy here. We're looking.
Chat, wasn't that a
good here.
terrific battle last time? Gaius versus MsTweetums really went down to the wire. Our first to 3 round.
Indeed.
Right there. How we
feeling?
feeling, chat? Well, we should be excited for the next matchup here, as BrachyZoid will be facing off against Elam. What their teams could possibly be, I am not quite sure, but I have an inkling.
Indeed. I, of course, cannot
I've seen
say
enough
anything.
hentai to know where Brachy's team is going.
Alrighty. I unfortunately know everything about every team as I had to ensure that everyone's team was up to par, but it seems like we are getting into the next match between these two trainers. We're going to be starting with viewing through Elam's side here. So let's get into it as we load in. Brachy is currently selecting the rule set. For those who are wondering, we are currently using the official rule set 1. And of course, we are running essentially the first season of Pokemon's rule set, meaning no Paradox Pokemon, no Legendaries, no unique raid Pokemon such as Charizard, Greninja, and Cinderace. And they may not have duplicates of items, they may not have duplicates of Pokemon, and yeah, that's basically it. All right.
Right, you are. Brachy sporting the Vaporeon icon here. Hey,
Indeed.
Monty, did you know?
I didn't, and I don't want to. I didn't, and I don't want to. All right, looks like we are getting into it. Let us join in to Elan's side of the affairs as we join into our last preliminary round of the Greavard Cup tournament. You okay there, Connor? You good?
Yeah, I'll be all right.
Okay. Interesting.
Oh my god.
Set of a team here. I see the Garchomp, which is my personal favorite Gen 4 Pokemon in here. We got a lot of Pokemon in here.
We're seeing some repeats from earlier in the tournament, some strong picks.
Indeed. I think the newest Pokemon we have here is going to be the Kilowattrel, which I don't think is being selected. On Brachy's side, some Mexican representation with the Hawlucha, Tinkaton, Sableye, Vaporeon, don't tell me, Indeedee, and Ceruledge. Very interesting teams on both sides.
I gotta tell you, I might have lied in my introduction. I did, in fact, play Pokemon X.
Oh, okay.
However, I did not get very far. I got bored and I stopped. But Hawlucha is my favorite Pokemon from that generation.
Indeed, Hawlucha is a strong contender in that generation. Looks like we are now getting into it as Brachy and Elam take to the field with their teams. These teams are looking to be incredibly well-stacked teams as well. Excellent music choice. This is my favorite song from Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Glad to see it from Elam. Thank you so much. Saber.exe and Pancake is sent out against Sharkbait and Dollary-Do. Very, very strong Pokemon on the side of Elam's team, kind of giving off that very, very strong pressure. Let's see what happens
The
on the side
Rayatsu's
of...
coming out.
Indeed. Something about that dramatic music and the zoom in on Indeed's adorable face is just really funny to me.
Whoa.
I also appreciate the kind of Australian-themed names of Dollary-Do from Elam, our Australian competitor here, along with Sharkbait. Very, very good.
Well, let's see if Fat Bottom Mons make the rockin' world go round.
An immediate terrestrialization from Brachy, terrestrializing Ceruledge into a grass type. Interesting choice.
Now, what advantages could this afford?
Dollary-Do going for Protect here instead of attacking. Very interesting. And Saber.exe going for Shadow Sneak, but Dollary-Do is protected by his own Indeedee Psychic Terrain. Saber.exe dodges the Rock Slide, very convenient, but Pancake flinches and is unable to move. An interesting turn of events there. Unfortunate flinches and unfortunate move choices. The Psychic Terrain has been throwing off many competitors, along with certain abilities that people are just not used to just yet.
Brachy's got to make a decision here.
Indeed, Elam is hovering over that Make It Rain. Is he gonna click? He is. Full
Make It
offensive...
Rain, been a deal cincher, and we got another terrestrialization here on Elam's side.
It's gonna be on that Goldengo Dollary-Do as it becomes Flying type. Is this perhaps to synergize with an Earthquake coming out of the Garchomp as Garchomp goes for a huge Rock Slide, getting a critical hit, and Pancake again flinches, the poor thing. Such bad luck for Brachy as both of his Pokemon are knocked out.
An unfortunate turn of events here for one BrachyZoid.
Indeed. But he's not out of the woods yet. He still has 2 Pokemon remaining, and maybe those can cinch out a win. Again, this is a best out of 3, so even if Brachy loses the match, he still has a chance to... He sends out Power Bottom. I hope he loses now.
Hawlucha is coming out.
God damn it!
Now, I've heard the Acid Armor will protect Vaporeon.
Indeed. Sharkbait has had a Psychic Seed attached to it, meaning that its special defense was boosted. Let's see what happens here. Elam hovering over that Make It a Rain, thinking about it. Is he going to play it safe, or is he going to go for full offense here? Going for full offense here. Let's see if Brachy can cinch out a win here. Vaporeon is notoriously quite tanky, depending on the build. Flying Press coming out of the Hawlucha, but not doing that much damage. Unfortunately, that attack is a fighting flying type, meaning it is resisted by the Terraflight Flying, as another
Make It Rain.
Not doing as much damage. Power Bottom and Censored survive. And Dollary-Do's special attack is only going down, but Censored flinches. Again, these Rock Slides have been devastating to Brachy.
However, they can be as rough as they want, but Vaporeon is still looking strong here.
Indeed.
Protect
Power Bottom
coming out
going
from the
for
Hawlucha.
Protect. Sharkbait going for a Rock Slide. Hawlucha protects. But will it hit the Vaporeon? It will. And will Vaporeon flinch? It is resisting the attack quite well. Is that a citrus berry? What kind of berry is that? It is a citrus berry. Dollar Jew uses Make It Rain.
Another Make It Rain.
Now he is running out of power points. Only has 5 power points. Very little damage of that Make It Rain. Barely any at all. As again, the special attack goes down.
Looks like
Ice
the market
Beam.
value of that Make It Rain is going down.
A huge Ice Beam out of Censored. Just not enough to get the KO.
It's looking like the market might crash here for this Dollary-Do.
Indeed, and Elam still has 2 Pokemon in the wing. This is going to be quite the fight if Brachy is willing to put the effort in. But hopes are high, and if not, round 2 still exists. Dollary-Do goes for a Protect. Power Bottom using Roost to restore their HP, which is a fantastic thing to do as the Protect has come out. It also loses its Flying type, meaning that that critical hit on Power Bottom is not that significant. Ice Beam comes out of Censored, but unfortunately does not get purchased due to the Protect. The
A
Psychic
beautiful
Terrain-
read from Brachy here.
Indeed, a fantastic read from Brachy, as the Psychic Train has now left the field. Elam here
And
considering
it's looking
a swap.
like we might see a swap here.
Indeed. I mean, that Goldengo special attack has gone down significantly. It's barely doing any damage, and removing it from the field will reset its special attack back to normal. Wayne, the fridge, comes out as a Flying Press from Halucha comes in, but Sharkbait has rough shark skin as another huge Rock Slide comes out. Power Bottom is taken out, and Vaporeon stands between itself and some terrifying Pokemon. The Ice Beam not doing any damage against that Rotom, who is also an Ice type.
Unfortunate start here.
And that last Rock Slide will cinch out the win for Elam. An impressive display. And Brachy hit with a considerable amount of bad luck, yet good predictions. That will bring us to round 2. That was quite the herring match.
A somewhat definitive first round here. Brachy, with utilizing great Pokemon knowledge here. However, the RNG was just not on his side for some of that. However, round 2 may be a different situation. We might see some swap outs here.
Is this going to be a best 2 out of 3, or is Elam going to clutch out the win here? Let's find out as we go into our next round here. The trainers are setting up and getting ready to go here. I'm going to give them the okay.
Now, the gold coins Pokemon, I don't know its real name.
It's called Goldengo.
Goldingo has been a real powerhouse here in the tournament. That Make It Rain has really cinched in some powerful victories.
Indeed, it is quite a strong Pokemon. It is even used in professional play right now as we speak. But as we go into the next round, let's get back into our next battle.
It's looking like we're selecting Pokemon over here.
It is. I just gotta turn up the volume so it's a little louder. Alright, here we go. Now we can get a good sight on Brachy's team. We have Saber.exe, Pancake, Censored, Peridot, Nice Balls Bro, and Power Bottom. Now remember, chat, for this tournament, you are going to decide which is your favorite nicknamed Pokemon, and that trainer will get a drawing of that Pokemon drawn real shittily.
On a napkin from a diner.
Indeed.
Brachy is picking his last Pokemon here.
Indeed. Nice to see the Tinkaton
And it's
on
looking
his
like
team.
we're gonna see Nice Balls Bro.
Indeed, we are. Someone in chat is recommending that Brachy should have brought in a Espathra, as Australians are weak to large flightless birds. All right, we're going into round 2 here from Brachy's side as we go into the second round. Will he cinch out a win, or does Elam have this? Let's see. Again, that terrifying Garchomp hits the field as Sharkbait and Wayne, the fridge, enter. Pancake Psychic Surge goes off, making the battlefield really weird.
Power Bottom coming in early this time.
Indeed, setting off that Psychic Seed, boosting its special defense. Let's see if that helps out. Connor, what's been your favorite Pokemon in this tournament so far?
My favorite Pokemon, surprisingly, has been the Goldingo. I just like his vibe.
He looks like a string cheese mascot.
He does look like a string cheese mascot. And a terrestrialization from Brachy here.
Immediately out of the gate onto that Hawlucha. A fighting type terrestrialization on the Hawlucha, increasing its fighting attacks. Going for a Sword Stance, an incredibly greedy play from Brachy. Will it pay off? As the Rock Slide comes out.
A very typical Brachy play, putting all his eggs in one basket here. Let's see if it pays off.
Huge damage from Pancake, as Pancake does not flinch from the Rock Slide and gets off a Dazzling Gleam. A Discharge comes out, hitting Pancake and a little bit of damage on Power Bottom, and not getting the paralysis that could have actually destroyed his strategy here, as Brachy is actually in quite a favorable position with that Hawlucha being quite strong. It'd be interesting to see how Elam answers this huge threat on the field.
Now let's see who Brachy goes for. This Hawlucha, I think, is going to do some devastating damage to whoever it attacks this time.
We're waiting on it. Elam is taking their time to deliberate, which I would also do if I were in this situation.
Oh, it's coming.
A terrestrialization from Elam to answer this Hawlucha. What will it be? As the Rotom turns into terrestrialized water type. Interesting choice.
Now, what benefits could this afford?
We're about to find out as Power Bottom goes for a flying press against this Garchomp, taking it out. Talk about revenge. A bit of damage to Power Bottom as the Rough Skin takes out, well, rather, as Garchomp is taken out, the Rough Skin kind of gives a final parting gift as Dazzling Gleam comes out against Wayne, and unfortunately does not get the knockout. Wayne going for another Discharge, trying to shut down this Hawlucha, and getting the paralysis.
And a paralysis.
A paralysis indeed. Pancake is out, but Pancake has put in work. It is now down to 3-3. This match is much closer.
Even my brain getting parasized there.
Now that Hawlucha is not in a very good state of affairs, being paralyzed. That means he's going to be the slowest thing more than likely on the field, which means that whatever Elam brings out could probably take it out before he can get an attack off, which is really unfortunate. But there is a chance we could see an upset here, as Mariah Carey, the Abomasnow, heralds in winter. Brachy answers
and
with
nice balls, bro, from Brachy's side.
Indeed. Brachy's got a lot of options here. There's two very large threats on the field. Which one will he prioritize?
It looks like he's going for that gigaton hammer on Mariah Carey, trying to break her out of her ice prison.
Indeed, trying to banish her back to Christmas where she belongs. It is now February. We do not need that energy in our lives. Elam once again deliberating, which is a very smart play. Trainers taking their turn to kind of think about it. Mariah Carey going for the Protect, predicting the Gigaton Hammer from that Tinkaton, as the Flying Press, though, comes out against Wayne. Despite the paralysis, this Hawlucha is incredibly fast, and the Refrigerator needs a new warranty.
A bold play by BrachyZoid here, keeping the Hawlucha in.
We could go to a best of 3 here.
We could see another best of 3.
Oh, but Dollary-doo, the Australian money coin monster, is here.
the linchpin, the powerhouse of this tournament so far.
BrachyZoid, remembering that you cannot use Gigaton Hammer twice in a row. That is the limitation of that move. You cannot use it twice. You can only use it once, and then you have to do something the following turn.
Going for the lightning move on that Gholdengo.
Oh, Power Bottom was fully paralyzed and unfortunately could not move. That discharge from that Rotom coming in clutch.
And
as Maker
that's
Rain,
going to be it for Power Bottom.
Indeed, that bottom is finished. But it has put in a huge amount of work, taking out almost 2 of Elam's Pokemon. Nice balls, bros, using Thunder Wave, but Dollaridu's good as gold prevents it from being paralyzed. Earth Power out from Mariah Carey, takes out Nice Balls, bro. This leaves just one swordsman against the world, as Saber.exe has entered the field. A very cool-looking Pokemon, but can it cinch out the win?
It's looking rough for Brachy here.
Now they don't have terrestrialization. Now they don't have terrestrialization anymore, which means that there's no tricks here. Dollaridu and Mariah Carey are not going to change. Going for the bulk up. Predicting the Protect from Gholdengo and going for the bulk up. Amazing play by Brachy.
Brachy again with some amazing reads here.
That will increase his attack and his defense. And as his Earth Power comes out, let's see if he'll survive. He does! He does survive. And the weirdness has disappeared from the arena.
Let's see if Brachy can give Elam a black eye here.
Indeed, and that Gholdengo cannot protect twice in a row as the Shadow Sneak comes out. Is it going to be enough? It is not going to be enough.
No!
Shadow Ball.
Will this be it?
Unfortunately, Saber.exe has to sheath their blade. They are done. A fantastic 2-0 from Elam and an impressive turnaround from Brachy. Definitely putting up a fight in that second round.
Some very smart moves, some brilliant reads from Brachy. Unfortunately, just could not stand up to the raw power of that Gholdengo.
Indeed. Mariah Carey also being quite the strong powerhouse there. Honestly, I was more terrified of that Pine Tree than anything else.
Definitely, those AoE attacks were putting in their work.
Indeed. Impressive play from all of our trainers as that concludes our first preliminary rounds of the Greavard tournament. We are going to be next going into the following rounds here as I check my tournament tree that I made in MS Paint last night. As Brachy will be going into the losers bracket and Elam is going to be continuing forward.
Something tells me that Brachy's going to be the player to beat in the losers bracket.
Indeed, Brachy and Arkholf both being in the losers bracket is quite terrifying. And MsTweetums as well. And I guess Thero.
And Thero's there too.
And Thero's there too. As Elam cinches out a fantastic win in this first round. I think we are probably going to get our lovely Brachy in there for an interview here. So let me just grab Mr. Zoid here. We're going to pull Brachy in for an interview.
Can you hear us, Mr. Zoid?
Hello. Hi. I can hear you.
Pull up Brachy here. There we go. There's Brachy.
Excellent.
Hello.
Brachy, what are your thoughts on your match?
Screw Gholdengo. Why am I my character from Dungeon and Man Mage?
Well, because I used whatever you put as your Discord reactive image, so I guess that was what I had.
On my end, I had the other. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Hi. Look, I don't know. I saved the other thing.
I feel like those rock slides were ruthless against you.
Number one, I hate Gholdengo and everyone who uses it. Number two, flinching everywhere. RNG was not in my favor. I was so nervous. I kept forgetting my own things. I kept forgetting the whole reason I used the psychic terrain for. I forgot the whole reason I should not use status effects against Gholdengo. I just completely forgot everything out of panic.
Indeed, the pressure was there, and unfortunately when the pressure gets you, it can be a mind killer. But you did do a fantastic performance. That Hawlucha actually being quite terrifying in that second round. An impressive play there.
Indeed. A lot of personality went into your battle choices here, stacking everything on the Hawlucha and using it to great effect even when it was paralyzed.
Indeed.
I was hoping... I knew I should have gone with Limber. I should have gone with Limber ability, but no. Still, she did good. At least I hope she did. RNG was not my favorite today, and I got out of. I remember, kids, try to keep your head cool because nervousness just kills your entire momentum. You completely forget about everything.
Indeed.
Fear is the mind killer, as they say.
Indeed. And you are not out yet. You are in the losers bracket, so there is a chance to cinch this out, as the losers bracket will lead to the finals. Just a heads up on that. Whoever wins the losers bracket will have to compete against whoever wins the semifinals, cinching out the win for the top spot. There could potentially be an upset or a turnaround in this. Don't count yourself out yet, and fantastic battling, Brachy. We'd love to see it. Fantastic team choice. Love the Halucha. It was great.
If I know you're doing the interview, but if I may ask, people were wondering about the whole when the losers bracket is going to be taking place.
So the losers bracket will be taking place probably. Let me see here. Probably after we go through the next round of winners bracket. So we're gonna have 2 more matches in winners bracket, and then we're gonna go to the 2 matches in losers bracket.
Got it.
All right. But before we do that, we're gonna look at our current tournament tree setup here. Right now, it looks like our next match will be between Gentle and Marcus, and the following match will be against Gaius and Elam. And it looks like our losers bracket will be Brachy against MsTweetums and Arkholf against Theropod. Thank you so much for joining us for this interview, Brachy. We're actually going to take a short break here because my bladder is incredibly full and I need to get another drink.
Well, thank you for the information. I'll be going to the green room.
Indeed. All right, don't go anywhere as the next rounds of the Greavard Cup are about to come in, and these next battles are going to be much more intense as our stronger competitors have made it through the preliminary rounds. Connor, what do you have to say about this?
I gotta say, even though I have no idea what's going on, it's exciting nonetheless, and I'm just happy to be here, Monty.
Are you learning anything?
I think I might be. I think I might be slowly picking up on some context clues here.
Amazing. Good. You won't need me anymore. You can do this by yourself.
Now, wait a minute. I already run enough shows for you.
Indeed. Well, with that being said, I think we're going to do a break here. So I'm going to let all of our lovely green room people know that we're going to be taking a break. I might ask to see if they want to join for the break, maybe. Like, if they can talk with chat.
Well, yeah, if we want to just go into the green room and let them run rampant.
I'm just going to see if chat wants to. And also, a huge thank you to Styx, who's been our referee. You can't really see him. He's currently just making sure that everyone has their games muted and that everything is going smoothly in the background. He is very sick, so I'm very, very thankful that we're doing that. So I just want to get consent from all of the players to be sure that once we join in, people can, like, you know, hear what's going on. But we will take a lovely, lovely little break here. I'm going to try and find some music here. All right. We're going to put up the Pokemon Center theme from Scarlet and Violet. Once we get the consent from everybody. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have consent. All right, we're going to jump up into the green room so you guys can enjoy the sound of people while we take a break. Whoop.
So like I said, that's the biggest. Well, hey guys.
Listen, I'm just. Listen, because of acid armor.
Yeah, you can be rough with one.
All right,
Due to
guys,
the
you're making me regret
biology.
this decision. All right, everybody, please enjoy your green room thing as I go to use the bathroom. Don't get me Twitch banned, you guys. That's the rule.
Also,
I promise nothing.
Australian.
Loud T.
Hi, Chat.
Loud T. Hi everybody.
It's our stream now. I mean, hi, Chat.
Greetings and salutations to you.
Oh god.
If Monty doesn't come back in 15 minutes, we're legally allowed to leave.
Yes, we're.
It's not a,
This isn't a college class. Like, what are you talking about?
We own the stream.
This is our stream now. Hand over your wallet, Chat.
Styx says hello,
can't.
everybody. Styx
I
our
didn't-
referee.
You know, the worst part of this, I didn't even get to use Nice Balls for a move. I didn't even get to use it.
I'm so sorry.
I don't think I even killed anything, so.
No, the first game
You got something.
You got 3 out of 4 of my Pokemon. It was only Gardevoir.
No, look,
Yeah.
I'm really looking for another person to do the raid calls.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I just say though, everybody's nicknames are so good.
Oh yeah, we got some good names out here.
I tried to go for
Like
some
making it rain
somewhat
and snow.
obscure references.
I guess because I know there's 2 of them. So for the record, chat, my Golden Go's name is the Ghost of Crypto Bros Past because they're dead.
Fuck them.
For my team, I picked them because I like rain and I like the snow. And I like Tyranitar because he's funny Godzilla man.
Look, all
Yeah, I
I'm saying
love
is, if you have Golden in your team, you lose all like rights to live.
I'm already a
Goldango
furry.
users
I've already
have
lost.
no rights.
Golden
I'm already a
have
furry.
no
I don't have
rights.
rights.
They are the worst kind of people in the world.
You see, Brachy, I'm already a
Double
furry.
D. It's a
Golden
double D
Dude,
copy
Golden is
pasta.
literally the reason the season 1 in the competitive fucking sucked, because Golden exists.
Well, like I was just saying, yeah, I'm already a furry. I already don't have rights, so that cancels out, and I have rights again. So I'm gonna dab on you.
Yeah, I'm furry trash
checks
too,
out.
but I don't use Goldango, so what's your excuse, huh? Well,
Yeah.
A
He's-
request, if
he's-
I may.
Funny
Yeah.
G-string.
Well, Monty's gone. Can we all say nice things about her?
No.
Can't get mad if she's
Like-
not here.
Like
yeah.
how such a lovely person.
Monty's
she
stinky.
is.
Oh wait.
Oh wait. Monty smells good.
Yeah.
how do you know that?
I don't know. I'm taking a guess. But for real, Monty's very
Stop
sweet.
breaking into
and
my
the-
house and smelling me!
Oh, shit, I gotta go. I gotta fly away, y'all.
Monty is really good at killing things in our frostmating game. There,
Yeah,
that's
sure.
something nice.
Monty's also really good at organizing things.
Yes.
Just this tournament.
Yeah, Monty's a very good person, and I really like
Yes.
modding for her.
I
even
don't know.
if
I don't know.
do
Have you
kill her
have you
quickly.
seen her kitchen lately?
No.
Throwing shade, throwing shade.
But you know what else is nice? Everybody competing in this tournament. You're all lovely people,
Oh.
Yeah.
and it's been a
Yeah.
blast, like fighting y'all in the parking lot and like talking about the matches in the green room,
Except
which
for
is
the fact
also in the parking lot, I think.
I can't believe you tried to bribe the judges with pancakes though. Like, what's up with that?
Wait,
No, we were bribing each other to not murder
Yeah,
each
we're
can we
bribing
bribe?
each other with pancakes.
Wait, are we
Yeah.
allowed to bribe the judges?
I
No!
don't know.
Are we allowed to bribe?
Listen,
Chat,
the
are
whole
we-
pancake
wait,
thing.
wait.
Maybe, but I don't know what that would do.
Wait, are we allowed to like bribe
Negative.
chat as well? Like, are we-
Wait,
are
what?
we?
You
Hold
bribe
on,
them,
do we-
you
do
lose
we
the
need to
match
do
where they
an-
say you won.
Oh.
Like what?
No. So
No,
here's your
I don't
opportunity to do an elevator pitch to chat to put their channel points on you in the next match.
Oh.
Oh.
Don't pick me. I can't guarantee anything.
Picking me is a terrible choice. I'm just gonna say it right now. It's a bad
Yeah.
choice because I'm gonna fall out of my chair in that match and everything's gonna be ruined.
Alright, I'm back.
Come back.
Hello.
I scarfed down
Welcome
some,
back.
some heckin'
Welcome back.
Goals.
We were not
Congols?
like complimenting you or anything like that.
I know, I
swear.
have-
Yeah.
MsTweetums,
We
I have
would
wireless
never.
headphones. I heard everything.
Yeah.
Oh no.
My favorite,
Everybody run!
my favorite is when
was
you
the
go
joke?
to the kitchen and Connor just start making fart noises. You just in your ear.
Oh my god.
I was getting him out of the way.
When Theropod mentioned, like, what does your kitchen look like? I looked at my kitchen and I furrowed my brow. I was like, you son of a... It's not that bad. It's not that bad right now.
Okay, but how bad is it though?
I've got my coffee.
Oh.
Ooh.
Nice. So, chat, I just want to shout out here, unfortunately, just due to the logistical juggling that has to happen with this tournament. Unfortunately, I do see your bits and subs. I unfortunately cannot call them out because we're pretty fast paced here, but if you have donated a bit or a sub, and I'm noticing right now our bit boss is not Dante, thank you so much. You're literally, if you donate bits and subs and stuff, that makes it so I can do shit like this more, which has been really, really, really fun. So,
If you donate bits and subs, I love you.
Pharaoh loves you.
That's all.
And we'll kiss you on the mouth. I'm just joking.
Ugh.
Every bit and sub you.
Every bit and sub makes you more lizard-like in Thero's eyes.
Unfortunately, there's some competition, but get in line. Get in line.
Oh my gosh, look at the bits!
Oh my god.
The bits come in.
Well, I was gonna say, every bit and sub contributes to the Golden Go retirement fund.
Man, a throw kiss is 100 bit, man. That's cheap.
Oh my god.
Good MsTweetums. She might be down and out.
Yeah.
God, I
If-
didn't
if-
think
if
we'd
you
kill her
all-
in the tournament.
Now, if you all didn't hear it so far, MsTweetum is dying. If you haven't heard it so far, we're going to be going through the next round of the winner's bracket, and then following that, we're going to go through the next round of the loser's bracket. So just keep that in mind as we go forward. Now, to give you guys an idea of what to look forward to, once we get to the finals, once the semifinals are complete and we have our finalists, whoever wins the loser's bracket will have another chance to take back the throne from whoever is our finalist. So even if you win the semifinals... Even if you win the finals, it does not necessarily mean that you are going to be the winner. You will have one more challenger in the form of the winner of loser's bracket to defend your last crown. So don't get cocky. Even if you're in the finals, you might not get there. You might have someone coming for your crown.
Great! I cannot wait to fight Goldengo again.
Yeah.
Hey, Brachy.
Looking forward to that.
Brachy, fucking wide guard, dude. That's all you need. Is just wide guard.
Here's the thing. I consider bringing wide guard along with Halucha, but here's the thing. I didn't expect Goldengo to show up
That was your
because it's like, it's just a tournament for fun. So it's like, oh,
yeah. Goldengo's a funny little guy. He's a funny little.
I
guy.
wanted the funny
I should have
cheese
brought my
string.
competitive team just to.
Brachy, are you saying that Goldingo was unexpectable?
Come.
Alright.
Where's the nut button?
Well-
Where's the nut button?
Without further ado, I think we're good to get into the next rounds. It's very nice to see that everyone's got energy and is spry. I hope everybody in chat has gotten their drinks and is ready for our next round.
Yeah,
Thank
stretch
you,
your
thank you,
stretch your
Connor.
water, drink your legs.
Indeed, our next round will be Marcus versus Gentle.
Oh god.
This is
That's
gonna
so
be
If I may ask,
quite the
can you do
interesting
a quick
match.
test for me?
Hmm?
Can you do a quick test for me? I don't know if I updated the picture again. I don't know if it worked
Yeah, let's see. Bring up.
because otherwise
Put
it's,
him in
it's
the
on
box.
your end.
Yeah, it's just Lionel. Probably because I haven't set up my overlay to be Lionel. I'm very sorry.
Yeah, there you go. It's not my
Right here
fault.
in the box.
Hey,
Your
I
rating
in the box.
overrides the person's.
Yeah.
Ooh.
there you go. It's not my fault.
Oh, who's winning this
It's
round?
not your fault.
All right. So
Y'all.
I think me and you, Connor, and Styx are going to head over back to the live channel as we're going to be continuing the next round of matches. Thank you so much for joining us for the Greavard Cup. Get your bets in. You know, get excited. We're going into it. See you in a bit.
Love you, chat.
Gotta wait for Connor to come back. There he is. There's Connor. All right, Connor.
Yeah. Well, I hope you've taken your vitamins and saying your prayers, chat. I have disappeared,
You're back.
and now I'm back.
You're back. You're good.
I was scared. I once was lost, but now I see, and now I'm found.
Connor was pulled into the Distortion realm by Giratina, but he is now back. All right.
I am now Lord of the Distortion Realm.
We have learned that Brachy is the anti-Goldengo and hates that Pokemon, which will only be funnier as time goes on. But we are back to our tournament, and we're very excited for this next round as we are going to be having Gentle and Marcus as our next competitors, as this is going to be our next round before semifinals in the winner's bracket. Let me find my cursor, because it's lost here. Also, again, Styx does say hello to you, chat. He is very sick, he can barely talk, but he says hello, which shows that he loves you. Alright. We're gonna get Gentle and Marcus in here. Now, this could be quite the explosive match. That terrifying Tauros coming from Marcus, and Gentle's very, very interesting, cool team with Armarouge and Indeedee could be quite the interesting matchup. We're going to beckon our players into the live channel, and we're going to continue the match. I hope, chat, that you're having a good time. It's fantastic having you here. I have been seeing some of your messages, and some of them are very, very funny. It's very entertaining. But we have our competitors in the chat here. We're going to start on Gentlebro's side as we set up for our next round here. Let our competitors know that they are indeed good to go. No delay, just a bit of a drink break. I'm drinking some Sprite and I have a peach tea next to me. I'm getting my fluids in for the day. What about you, Connor? You drinking coffee?
I've got some iced coffee right here.
Alrighty. Sounds good. Alright, we're getting into it. They're deciding the rules here, and we'll enter into the next round once they are ready to go in the Pokemon selection screen. Chat, I didn't see it. What's your favorite nickname so far? Does anybody have a standout favorite? There's gonna be a delay. That's fine. Alrighty, we are getting into the character selection screen. Let's pull ourselves over to the Pokemon selection screen here.
Alright, and it's looking... Look, we might be seeing some familiar faces here, folks.
We might be seeing that really cool Bramblegast, a very, very cool Pokemon you barely get to see played. And I wonder if we're going to see Marcus's Tauros. I wonder if he's going to adopt a different strategy, given that that strategy has been revealed to his fellow competitors. Now again, the competitors, this is a closed book tournament, so the competitors only know what they see in matches, meaning that they are going into their fights basically blind and only with the knowledge they gain by watching their opponent's matches as Gentle and Marcus hit the battlefield. Once again, we see the Tauros and the Frostas coming out as Talonflame and Brambleghast hit the field.
And we're off to the races once again, folks.
Both of these teams with two very powerful Pokemon. Tailwind uses Tailwind as the namesake intends, which activates Durst Devil's Wind Rider, boosting its attack. Durst
He's gonna
Devil
tumble right into the enemy team.
Durst Devil, just like Connor McKinley, is going to vanish instantly out of the battlefield.
Nani!
As the Anger Point is activated on the Tauros by the Frostlass. However, Durst Devil dodges the Rock Slide, but unfortunately Talonflame does not, taking it out instantly at the beginning of the turn. This Tauros shaping up to be the MVP of the tournament.
Indeed, but a spectacularly red play from the Durst Devil getting out of there before the Rock Slide hit.
Indeed. Honey, Babe, it's 4 p.m. has now entered the field, and guess what? It is indeed 4 p.m. currently in Canada where I am sitting.
Tinkaton might be looking to tenderize some meat here.
With that giant mallet hammer. Beautiful shiny Pokemon, by the way, on the side of Gentlebro. Fantastic addition to the team. Very cool to see. People in my chat now realizing that it is indeed 4 p.m. as our trainers are selecting their abilities. Marcus
Right you are, Monty.
withdrawing Bloody Mary, bringing out Bad Romance. The Garganackle. Babe, it's 4 p.m. uses Fake Out, flinching that Tauros as Phantom Force comes out. Was not targeting the Frostlass, was indeed targeting the Beef, taking out the Tauros. We are now 1 for 1.
Might have been predicting that, what's it called?
That
The
play.
Destiny...
Predicting that the Phantom Force would hit the Frostlass, switching out, but it was in fact going for the Tauros the whole time. What a psychological warfare move from Gentlebro.
Indeed, might have been anticipating the Destiny draw or whatever it's called.
Phantom Force.
No,
Phantom.
the move that Frostlass uses. That
Oh,
wouldn't
Destiny
kill it.
Bond. You're right. You're right. Yeah, Destiny Bond.
Yes, might have been
potentially as well.
anticipating the Destiny Bond.
Serena is out now. Donatella, the Serena. I'm interested. This thing didn't do much in the last round. It just kind of showed up, so I'm curious to see what it does here. As a terrestrialization from Gentlebro is going to be coming through. Tinkaton is terrestrialized into the fairy type as the quality of the video goes down due to all the graphics going off. But it looks pretty good as it comes in here. Durst Devil once again going from another Phantom Force, disappearing again. Baby's 4PM uses knocking off Bad Romance's leftovers, preventing it from regaining its HP. Donatella goes for a Trop Kick, but Durst Devil has vanished. Salt Cure coming out of the side of the Garganacl, but luckily, due to the Fairy-type terrestrialization, it will not be doing that much damage.
An excellent read.
Gentlebro is predicting all of Marcus's moves very, very perfectly. A fantastic play. Now the question
Gentle's
is,
got his thinking cap on.
Phantom Force coming through onto Donatella, knocking her out instantly.
Ooh.
That Serena is gone. Baby's 4PM using another knockoff on Bad Romance as a Salt Cure comes out onto the Bramble Gas there. Is going to take additional damage. Not a ton, luckily. It's not a water type or steel type, but still enough to be important as the slow chip damage is slowly building up from this Garganacl. This Bad Romance. It truly is a Bad Romance. It's doing damage. Bloody Mary returning it to the field. This is a very close match.
Indeed.
Two Pokemon remaining on the side of Marcus. Let's see what happens here. Are we going to see that Destiny Bond coming out?
It might be a last-ditch effort at this point.
Ooh, Gentlebro thinking, taking his time. Bloody Mary throws out spikes onto the field. An interesting choice here. Durst Devil once again vanishing instantly, removing itself from the field. This attack paying dividends as Gigaton Hammer comes out onto Bad Romance, but it survives and goes for that
Not
recover.
enough.
Amazing defense from Bad Romance as it recovers back its HP from that attack. Durst Devil is affected by the Salt Cure even when vanished, and so does Babe. It's 4PM.
That Terrestrialize doing its work.
Indeed. I can't remember if we've seen a terrestrialization from Marcus's side. I'm curious to see if we're going to see it here. But
now, will we see a Destiny Bond from the Frostlass?
That is the real question here. Setting up the spikes is an interesting choice as Frost Breath comes out, but Durst Devil avoids the attack, unfortunately, as the Phantom Force does come through. Bloody Mary survives on 1 HP with a Focus Sash. That leaves it in for another turn. But Babit's 4PM is not going to have it and knocks away Bloody Mary. It's 4PM. You're not ready to drink just yet. Bad Romance once again going for a recover. This poor Pyramid against the world as it stands against
now Gentlebro in a very good position here.
That chip damage still putting in work. All right, let's see what happens next. This music is so intense, I'm like leaning on the edge of my seat, just waiting to see what happens. Durst Devil coming out. Now remember, there's a layer of spikes on the ground, so whatever's coming in is about to take some damage as Jeff hits the field. The Sylveon here, the one that loves to scream and peek its microphone. Babit's 4PM coming out with another Gigaton Hammer. A huge amount of damage, a critical hit from
and that'll
the Gigaton
do it for
Hammer.
this round.
That crumbled salt was crushed and put into a shaker and call it done. A huge first round with Gentle taking the first match.
Gentlebro having an extraordinary showing here in this first round here with an excellent read. The Terrestrialize really paying dividends with the Salt Cure.
Indeed. That Salt Cure, when it gets attached to a water or steel type Pokemon, can do a devastating amount of damage.
Fortunately, the properties of the Pokemon changing with the Terrestrialize.
Indeed. It looks like we're going to be going with, viewing from AP Sejuani's side, Marcus' side. I will have to adjust the overlay, unfortunately, just due to a capture error on his end, but we're getting right back into it here. We'll take our time here to do that while we set up for our next match. Alrighty. Pardon for the sort of adjustment on the fly here. Measuring out a bunch of different capture cards I would not recommend it. It's not very fun.
Maybe you could duplicate. You could duplicate this window in OBS.
Oh, that's a good idea.
And
yeah. Do that and then paste that. Maybe just hide it. Alright. Once again, we're seeing that Tauros coming out probably. Oh no! I want to see the Mousehold come out. I want to see a family of 4 murder somebody. But I'm not sure if Marcus is going to take a risk here with Gentlebro taking the first match. All right, here we are going into the second round. Is this going to be the round? Is this going to be the final part, as this is Marcus's last chance to turn this around for himself? As
his tournament life is depending on this match.
Indeed, and once again we see the Talonflame and the Talonflame use Tailwind, and Durst Devil, the Brambleghast hitting the field, along with Bloody Mary, the Frostlass, and Alejandro, the Tauros, hitting the field. Again, no deviation from their starter sets here. Very interesting. They're both coming in with the same strategy in mind, but is there going to be a difference here? I'm genuinely curious to see if the Durst Devil is going to do another Phantom Force, or is it going to change up its playstyle? I'm very curious to see what happens here. Immediate Terastallization out of Gentlebro. Terastallizing... Oh no, that is Marcus. Marcus Terastallizing their Tauros into the Steel type right away, sparing no time.
Slamming the axe into the forehead of that Tauros.
Indeed.
Brain damage is certain.
Indeed, and Tailwind is set up as expected by Use Tailwind. That seems to be kind of like the butter robot. That's all it does. As Power Whip comes out, it is resisted by the Steel typing, but it takes a ton of damage. As Frostlass almost takes out its own ally, but it survives with just enough to get off that anger point. Raging Bolt.
That might be enough.
That is enough to take out the Talonflame, as the Tauros barely holds on here. And it takes itself out with its own life orb.
Oh, not a great opening here.
No, Marcus has just lost one of his strong Pokemon and his Terastallization, and Gentlebro has simply just lost a Pokemon.
The Tailwind came out, and that's all he needed to do.
This is a close match, but there's a slight edge for Gentlebro as he sends out Babe. It's 4 p.m. She's back here with her mallet. And Fashion the Peckish comes out. This Hatterene, this is a difference. This is a deviation. We haven't seen this yet. Babe, it's 4 p.m. It breaks the mold, meaning that she ignores abilities, I believe. I can't fully remember what Break the Mold does, but I'm pretty sure it ignores certain conditions. Basically, if you have Levitate and it has Earthquake, it will ignore your Levitate and you will get hit by Earthquake.
It's looking like we might be seeing another swap here.
Indeed, it looks like that might be the case, but let's see what happens here. I'm very curious to see what this Hatterene does. I don't usually see them, but Bloody Mary is swapping out. For Bad Romance, the Garganacl returns. The final survivor of the previous round has hit the field. As now we see the Terastallization from Gentlebro, his one advantage he has. And we're going to see it on the Brambleghast.
Excellent play here. Excellent play here. A Fire-type move was going to be used against this Pokemon. Changing it to an electrical type will make that from super effective to not as effective.
Indeed, a fake out from the...
Oh, not like it would have mattered!
Oh, Fashion is over! Fashion is over! Babe, you are from last season. She is taken out by a fake out and a Power Whip from this Brambleghast. Marcus not looking good here as he's down to his last 2 Pokemon, and Gentlebro...
Fashion is dead.
Fashion indeed is dead.
Gentlebro in a terrific position here.
Indeed.
Looking like he might go for the Salt Cure, but does it on the Bramble.
Yeah?
That one.
That one? Yeah. Just checking here. I'm double checking our thing here. Baby's 4 p.m. does a knockoff there as Frost Breath comes out from the Frost Last, doing a critical hit. That's not a lot of damage for a critical hit. As Bad
Not a
Romance
lot of damage, though.
uses Salt Cure on this Bramble Gas, just trying to get it off the field. Bit of chip damage there. Kind of a quiet round, but here we go.
The calm before the storm, some might say.
Indeed.
As Marcus is in a undesirable position here.
Indeed.
Let's see if he can take back the round.
Power Whip coming out of the Bramble Gas, instantly killing Bad Romance. That relationship is over. Knockoff onto Bloody Mary, huge amount of damage.
Oh my goodness.
However, Knockoff has now been disabled by Bloody Mary's Cursed Body, but her Focus Sash has been knocked off. That doesn't really matter too much as another crit. Good job. Frost Breath comes out, taking out Durst Devil, but that Frost Lancet is in a bad position here. It is all that stands between Gentlebro and victory, and it is looking very injured.
A black eye for Gentlebro.
As Jeff comes out, I believe Jeff is the final
His name,
Pokemon.
Jeff.
His name, indeed, Jeff. We'll see what happens here.
And
I
it's
think
looking like Marcus might be going for the sacrificial lamb play here.
Indeed.
Destiny Bond.
he is not going down without a fight. He is promised to take something down with him, and it looks like it's going to be Babe at 4 p.m. That is his
Some mutually assured destruction action
Indeed,
going
but-
on here.
But Jeff, as the sole survivor, is able to cinch out the round for Gentle, as Gentle takes this round very quickly. A fantastic play by Gentle as he makes his way to the semifinals.
And unfortunately for Marcus, this is where his tournament life will end.
Indeed. Not quite so. He actually will be also entering into the losers bracket as well, but he will be joining in the second round. I actually have to note that down on my piece of paper here.
Oh, snap.
Yeah, he's joining into the second round here. So we have Marcus, and whoever loses the following round will also be added into the losers bracket once we get there. Fantastic matches from these two, but unfortunately, not everyone could survive. I think we'll be pulling Marcus in for an interview as he did get knocked out. Let's see if we can pull him in. I always put in Marcus, even though that's not his name on Discord, like a fool. Alright, looks like we might have Marcus here for an interview. Let's pull up his image here. Marcus, are you with us?
Hello.
Marcus!
Oh,
The beef
that was
has
brutal.
Been,
That was brutal.
Beef was pulverized.
Yeah. Oh my god. That tumbleweed. That was rough. Ah.
Looks like that cow couldn't chew that cud, now could it?
No, it certainly couldn't.
A tough cut indeed.
Indeed. But
So-
very well played by Gentle. So fair loss.
Indeed, Gentle. Quite the formidable opponent he's shown himself to be so far in this tournament.
Yeah, I was saying round one, people shouldn't sleep on him.
However, you did put up a noble effort with the sacrificial play with the Destiny Bond there at the end.
Almost killing
Trying to
your
give him
own-
a bit of a black eye.
Indeed. Almost killing your own Pokemon with Frost Breath. Did your heart pound when that moment happened?
Yes, I would have felt extremely embarrassed had that.
Well, it's only fun here. There's no embarrassment. This is all just for fun, and again, the prizes are all shit, so who cares?
Now,
True.
going into losers bracket, however, who are you most looking forward to facing?
Oh, I'm scared of the right side of the bracket. I'm scared of the other side. I've seen some Goldingos, some scary stuff going on that side. So I'm hoping I'll be able to face the losers from that side.
Alrighty.
That sounded way more
A fair point.
accusatory. The losers.
The losers from that side. Well, you are been slotted into the second level of the losers bracket, and you're not out of it just yet, but you did give up quite the fight against Gentlebro. A very impressive performance. That Tauros is such a cool pick into your team. I think that's such a good choice here. Very clutch and very interesting.
Definitely an ace Pokemon for you.
Also, the Hatterene.
Oh, yeah.
I'm so sad we didn't get to see the Hatterene do something. I was
I know.
very genuinely curious what that thing had on it. But it is a secret for your opponents in losers bracket as we move on to the next part of the winners bracket, which is going to be Gaius versus Elam. Marcus, what are your predictions for this next match coming in?
I don't know what to expect. I've seen good stuff from both sides. Elam looked really, really good in their match versus Brachy, so I'm excited to see that.
Alrighty, well thank you so much for joining us for this interview. We're going to set up the next matches while you get ready for the losers bracket. Thank you so much for joining us, Marcus, and have fun in the green room. Tell everybody that they smell.
Oh yeah, we'll do.
Alright,
Give me just 1 second.
you got it.
Take care of something real quick.
I will set up our combatants for the next tournament. We're going to grab our next competitors are going to be Gaius and Elam. I'm going to get them into the channel right now. Luckily they have very short names on Discord.
You know you can just drag them in here?
Alright, we're gonna start on the side of Elam here. Once Connor returns, we can give him the okay to get started. How are you doing, chat? I hope you guys are having a fun time. This event has been very exciting, and I'm full of energy, and I'm super hyped to be here. I'm just reading chat right now. There is a delay, so for those of you who don't know that we do actually are running a delay, just so that way competitors don't see what's going on the other side, just in case. It's been great. Would you do another one? Yes! I'm hoping that we can do another tournament in the future. However, due to a lack of a spectator mode in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, these sorts of things are incredibly hard to organize, as you do need a capture card. So, unfortunately, that does require everyone in the tournament to own a capture card. So, yes. Thank you again so much for people gifting subs and bits. I'm glad to be back streaming. I'm so glad that we're having this event. This was months in the making. A lot of work went into it, a lot of assets. We had Booradely who made this fantastic overlay. We have Brachy who did our lovely reactive images you can see here. And we also have all of our Pokemon trainers who have spent months training and setting up these Pokemon for this tournament. For those of you who don't know, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet has made it easier to level up competitive teams in the form of hyper training as well as various other means. Ability patches allowing you to get the secret ability of your Pokemon. It is a fantastic time for competitive Pokemon right now, and I'm so happy to be hosting this tournament right now. Months, not even Wolf Glick would do that. Yeah, I'm not Wolf Glick though. I have other things I do. Come on. Tell Wolf Glick to run 3 D&D games and a Pokemon tournament. It's not a call-out post for Wolf Glick. He'll kick my ass in Pokemon. He's very good.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back. Alright, with that, I think our
Taking
next...
some groceries.
Oh. Did you bring any to share with the class?
We got a pizza in the oven. Don't worry.
Nice. Alrighty, I think we're ready to
It's
get
St.
into the
Louis
next...
style.
Ooh, St. Louis style. The Connor flavored pizza. Alright, I'm gonna let our competitors know that we are good to go. Good to go. Alright. The players are going to be setting up the matches right now. Again, shout out to the players for being incredibly receptive to essentially the steps that have to be taken to do this tournament. It's been a lot of organizing, a lot of Google Docking, and a lot of writing down their Pokemon's teams to make sure that they meet the requirements for our tournament, as we did have some rules. So this next round will be Elam versus Gaius. Gaius's ghost team versus Elam's terrifying team. Elam, quite the rogue element again, as well as MsTweetums. Gaius, I'm pretty aware of. We've played Pokemon throughout our years of knowing each other, so, you know, not to say that Gaius is predictable, but I understand Gaius' strategy going into some Pokemon battles, but Elam and MsTweetums and others were quite the interesting realization of their Pokemon battling skills. Looks like we are getting into it now. As Connor, you're breathing. You good?
Yeah, I was just taking a drink.
Okay.
It was refreshing.
Good. I have a Sprite. Alright. Battle rules are being selected. Chat, are you ready to go into this next round of the winner's bracket? Following this will be a round of the loser's bracket. Now, it is worth noting this is a 2-day event, meaning that tomorrow will be a continuation of this tournament, probably leading up to the finals.
Right you are, Monty.
All right, preparations are complete as we are ready to get now into the next round on Elam's side. Let's get to it. Oh, everything is big. I forgot about this. Hold on, let me fix this real fast. Ew. Right there. There we go. All right, there's Elam's team bringing in the SCP Mariah Carey, it seems. And once again, we're seeing some very oh, no, we're not bringing Mariah Carey. We've
switching
changed
out.
our mind. Christmas is not returning with a vengeance with Elam's turn. Very curious to see
We are
what
seeing
that...
a brand new entrant in the tournament as well.
Indeed, the
with the bin chicken.
And the bin chicken. The bin chicken Kilowattrel hitting the field here. Rave music coming in. Let's see what we get. Looks like we have a Wenhell the Frostlass and Anakin the Palisant against Bin Chicken the Kilowattrel and Dollary-Doo the Goldengo.
Goldengo, as always, quite powerful in this tournament so far.
Indeed. But let's see what happens here. Anakin actually is quite defensive and may resist a Make It Rain, but we'll see what happens here. Immediate Terastallization from Elam. It looks to be terastallizing that Goldengo into a flying type. That dollar bill is flying through the air.
The market value is soaring.
Indeed. Bin Chicken throwing out that Tailwind, doubling the speed of all of its allies on its field. Dollary-Doo going out with a Make It Rain immediately. Insane amount of damage! A critical hit on Anakin! Luckily, when Hell Freezes Over does have a focus sash, but a huge amount of damage and an unfortunate crit on the side of Anakin. He is taken out of the battle. Dollary-Doo losing some HP due to the Life Orb as Wenhell uses Icy Wind to try and cut down the speed. A huge amount of damage on Bin Chicken and a response crit on Dollary-Doo. That is some vengeance on the side of Hell, taking revenge for their fallen Sandy friends. This has already started off with a huge, huge bang.
That Goldengo, as always, just devastating with the Make It Rain.
A new challenger approaches as Poltegeist, also known as Weak T Poltegeist, enters the field. Elam thinking about his strategy here.
Looks like Goldengo using another Make It Rain and a Protect coming out.
Protect from Wenhell. Bin Chicken going for a Thunderbolt against Weak T. Weak T barely surviving as Make It Rain comes out, and I think that is going to shatter that teapot. However, Goldengo now has a -2 to its special attack as Weak T is unfortunately unable to do anything against this oppressive team.
Unfortunate bit of news right there.
Indeed. Gaius' last Pokemon comes out, the Mimikyu Dupligos, an adorable little friend. Let's see if he's got some fight in him. Mimikyu, a shockingly powerful Pokemon in the offensive skill.
I heard that if you peek underneath its costume, you die.
Indeed you do. So let's hope that does not happen to anybody on Elam's team as the Dollary goes for a Dollary Protect. Bin Chicken.
Protecting its investment.
Bin Chicken takes out Wenhell with a Thunderbolt, leaving just poor little Mimikyu against the world as it goes for a Swords Dance, upping its attack. Looks like Elam is going to double into that Mimikyu slot. Bin Chicken throws out a Thunderbolt, which pops the disguise of Mimikyu, meaning it can now be attacked directly by this Shadow Ball, but with a -2 special attack, how much damage is this going to do? Not enough!
Oh.
And Dollary does lose some of its HP as Dupligos goes for the Shadow Claw, taking out the Goldengo.
Oh! I think that might be the first Goldengo death in this tournament so far.
I can't remember if Goldengo has gone down before, but definitely Mimikyu is not going out without a fight. However, the Tailwind does peter out, meaning that the speed has been reset. But it looks like that either a refrigerator or a giant land shark is going to come out. It looks like it's going to be the refrigerator, straight from Sears, a store that doesn't exist anymore. Let's see what we have here. Can this little Mimikyu survive against the odds?
We'll have to see. With that special attack raise from Mimikyu, could be a very deadly opponent, but a Terrasicization.
A Terrasicization from Gaius here, a last-ditch effort. As it is a normal type, will this prevent Mimikyu from going down? We shall see.
Once again, the giant diamond weighing down the head of Mimikyu.
Bin Chicken goes for the Thunderbolt, and unfortunately...
And that'll do it.
That'll do it. Unfortunately, poor little Dupligos is knocked out by Bin Chicken. Shouldn't have eaten that. Now you've got Salmonella. Thus ends round number 1 against Elam and Gaius. Elam showing extreme strength and power. That unfortunate crit on Anakin, taking him out of the Jedi Order. Connor? Hello?
Sorry, my brain is resetting.
Oh, okay. You good?
Yep. No,
All
just
right.
trying to think of something to say.
All right, no worries. You're speechless.
I am speechless. The Goldingo coming out, it definitely, I see what BrachyZoid is saying, quite the powerful Pokemon in this tournament.
Indeed, it is quite showing up against these opponents. Now, the Goldengo can be countered by the use of Wide Guard and also using Steel types to resist the attack, or other types that are resistant to the Steel attack. But we'll see if such a strategy can be implemented by Gaius in the next round. They are currently setting up for the next round. We'll wait to see what
have to
happens
wonder
here.
what could Gaius possibly do in this situation to counter the play from Elam.
All right, we're informing our players here that we are good to go. We are going to be watching from Gaius's side in the second round as Elam takes the first round. Is this going to be it, or are we going to have a best of 3?
We'll just have to see. Gaius carefully choosing their Pokemon here.
Indeed. Oh, we might see the battle of the money here.
It looks like we're going to see the grand return of Green Goblin.
We may, yes. Green Goblin actually showing an incredible promise in the round in which it was featured. This could be the turnaround. Let's see what happens as we enter into round 2 of Gaius versus Elam. If Elam wins this, they continue on to the semifinals. Starting off strong with Dollary and Bin Chicken, and Gaius answering with Crypto Brost and Anakin. Let's hope that Anakin can stay into the battle this time and not get crit into submission again.
It's a battle of the Goldingos here.
Indeed.
It's looking like Gaius might be going for a familiar play, utilizing the nasty plots.
Indeed. Let's see if we get some early translation, and we are! I believe that Goldengo might be the target of that translation, turning it into the flying type against Anakin here. And sure enough, it is Terrestrialized flying on that Goldengo. As someone in chat said, we're seeing the impossible battle of NFTs versus Crypto Bros.
Right you are, chat.
Whose money is stronger? As a Shadow Ball comes out from Dollary-Do against Gaius' Goldengo, taking it out in one shot! His balloon pops as Goldengo goes down. Unfortunate.
The crypto market has crashed, folks.
Anakin going for that Earth Power, but unfortunately that Terrestrialized flying prevents that attack from registering.
That is definitely a major loss on Gaius' side here.
A terrible start as his Goldengo is knocked out, but Green Goblin is now hitting the field. This green ghosty ghoul, will she stand up against the wall that stands before them, as it seems like Gaius is going to slow down the pace of battle and just kind of take a bit of a breather and figure out what to do here in this moment.
Green Goblin held on for quite a while during its first showing here. Let's see if it can bring back from this horrible loss
Indeed.
of
Green
just
Goblin,
a star Pokemon.
Green Goblin scouting on attack, going for a protect. As Bin Chicken goes for Air Slash against Anakin. Anakin takes it, but the Dollary-Do Shadow Ball is protected against. Elam relentlessly pressuring, but Anakin
And a Shadow Ball right back at it.
Not a ton
Not
of
very
damage.
effective, though.
No, unfortunately, but Anakin is going to heal up a little bit with their leftovers, keeping them in this fight. This is not looking good. Looks like taking advantage of the Goldengo's Terrestrialized flying type. It looks like Green Goblin may be attempting to take advantage of as another Air Slash comes out. Now, will it flinch? Air Slash can make a Pokemon flinch as another Shadow Ball comes out against Green Goblin, and unfortunately that is going to take the KO! A critical hit, too, just to add insult to injury, as Green Goblin is taken out.
A heartbreaker.
Shore Up is used to heal Palisand. Palisand staying in this fight with its bulk, as the last Pokemon on Gaia's side is a Teapot of Tea. And we're hoping that this weak tea is not weak and is perhaps a strong tea. It's been oversteeped, but time will tell. What do you think, Connor? What are your feelings on this battle so far?
It's not looking good for Gaius so far. Elam still has all of their Pokemon. Gaius down to
Anakin
just
avoided the
2.
attack! But as the Shadow Ball comes
Shadow
out...
Orb coming out.
Is Weak Tea... Weak Tea's
Oh,
not
and
gonna
that'll
survive.
do it for Weak Tea.
That leaves just
This
a
might
sand...
be
It's just one sandcastle against a full team of Pokemon.
This might be the beginning of the end here.
Perhaps maybe even Elan said as another Shadow Ball comes out. The enemy's Tailwind has gone out as well, but I don't know how fast Anakin is. Travis A. Carey saying if Gaius loses, he should give him a ghost badge, and I'm like, yep. Tailwind coming out of the Kilowattrel. Bin Chicken looking up to see as Shadow Ball comes out of the Palisand. Oh my god.
Oh, and that'll do it.
Absolutely.
The mercy kill.
Devastating. Dollary-Do. Dollary dumpstering all of Gaius' Pokemon. What a terrible turn of events. Anakin did not have the high ground.
That is very, very unfortunate for Gaius losing the Goldengo right at the beginning there. That was pretty much the beginning of the end for this round.
Indeed. We're going to pull in probably Elam in for an interview, as they have yet to be interviewed here yet. Actually, no, we'll bring in Gaius, actually, because Gaius lost, so Gaius will be the next person to be interviewed. We're going to bring in Gaius next. Fantastic round of Pokemon, but my goodness, what a terrible day to rain. We're going to ask Gaius to stay as we interview them. And we'll move on to the next round as Gaius is going to be placed into the loser's bracket with Marcus.
Oh. Hello?
Hello. 1 second. Let me pull up your interview stuff here.
Oh.
There you are. Welcome to the
Hello.
interview corner. How are you
Yeah, hi,
feeling
everybody.
after that reeling match?
Well, talking for real, all it takes is a faster ghost to beat my team, and that's what he had. The Tailwind plus the error utility plus that, and then it totally smacked down what I had because I didn't really have any ability to do early speed play. Now that being
Indeed,
said,
an
fantastic match, absolutely fantastic. Love to see the Tailwind plus flying Golden Go. Very good combo.
an unfortunate loss of your own Goldingo there, right at the very beginning.
Oh.
Right at the very beginning.
Yes. Yeah, it just the ghost of Crypto Bro passed. Just couldn't hang up to Australian dollar dues,
Nope. Apparently not real
That-
money wins every time.
That fiat
Yep.
currency
Yep.
liquidating the crypto market there, unfortunately. Going into losers bracket, however, who are you most looking forward to facing off against?
Honestly, I'm most looking forward to anybody. This has just been a blast. I don't think there's any single person I'm looking forward to more than anyone. I tell you what, I am really scared of that Tauros, though.
That Tauros was quite terrifying, yeah.
Yeah, no, but that was a good match. Good job, Elam. Your team rocks. You botched me out there, and it was great. I got boarded out completely.
So we are now going to be entering into the losers bracket, meaning our next competitors are going to be Brachy and MsTweetums. Gaius, who do you slate to win the next round? Do you have any predictions or any assumptions about what we might see in the next round of losers bracket?
I'm not quite sure myself, but because I already fought her, my prediction's going to MsTweetums. She's a real strong opponent.
All right.
My prospective opponent, real good.
Alrighty, well with that, thank you so much for joining us for this interview as we set up for the first round of the losers bracket. That will be between BrachyZoid and MsTweetums. And thank you so much for joining us, Gaius. Enjoy your time in the green room. We'll see you hopefully soon.
They're letting me out of the box. Ah!
Whoop, wrong thing. Alrighty, so as we head on to the losers bracket, we're going to be bringing on Brachy and MsTweetums. So let me call them to the stage. Connor, what are your thoughts and feelings? Anything you want to say to chat? Anything you want to say as I set up this next match?
I've just got to say that the tournament has had so many ups and downs, some crazy turns of events, and some absolutely stellar matches so far. I still have no idea what's happening, but maybe with a little bit of luck and some gumption and a bit of elbow grease, we can see this through to the end.
Now,
Our next matchup, BrachyZoid versus MsTweetums. The sparks are going to be flying in this one.
I'm genuinely curious to see how this is going to go. Both of them have a Ceruledge, and both of them have some very similar Pokemon. But what is most interesting about this match is that whoever wins this match will go up against Marcus in the losers brackets to potentially try and claw their way back up against the champion here. It looks like our competitors are ready to go. I'm just going to pull up MsTweetums. We're going to start with her on her side, and it looks like they are ready to go. Time to let them know that they're good to go.
Hope you're as excited as I am, chat.
Indeed, these matches have been fantastic. I love we've not been seeing the same Pokemon over and over again, which is nice. There's been a lot of differences, a lot of interesting strategies, and I'm very excited to see where this goes. Looks like our stream is currently sponsored by Burnout Vaughn, who's asking, why am I the Bit Boss? It's because you've been generous and you're letting me eat so I don't starve. Thank you. Alright, looks like the rules are being set for the next match. Music is being selected. Teams are being selected. I'm excited to see these two clash together. Now, if either of these individuals lose, that is it. They are no longer in the tournament, and they will have to sadly depart. But no matter what, we appreciate them being in the tournament. Alright, looks like they're starting to select their Pokemon, so let's get into it. So we are now watching from MsTweetums' side as it looks like we're going to see Lump again, or I call him Lump, but Absolute Unit, the Clodsire, the evolution of Paldean Rooper coming in. awesome to see this Pokemon on a team. You don't see it very often, even though it's such a great design. And we're just waiting on Brachy now to select his team. Once again, chat, please remember which Pokemon you like the most for whoever is going to win our final prize for best nicknamed Pokemon. There will be a final vote at the end of the tournament to determine the winner of that, and the winner will receive a shitty drawing of that Pokemon on a napkin. Looks like we're getting into it here as MsTweetums goes up against Brachy, and this is for all the dice. Whoever loses this is out of the tournament. Brachy sends out Peridot and Nice Balls Bro as MsTweetums sends out Absolute Unit and Cilantro. Looks like we have Nice Balls Bro, the Tinkaton, and Peridot, the Sableye. This might have been the Sableye I actually traded to Brachy a while ago, because I got some extra Sableyes when I was shiny hunting. That will be a question for the interview, I suppose. Peridot immediately going for a fake out on Cilantro, making that Meowscarada flinch and unable to attack, as, oh my goodness, the Tinkaton goes for a Swords Dance, setting up more power into that hammer. But Absolute Unit counters with a Yawn, and if that Tinkaton does not switch out, it is going to sleep the following turn, which means that Swords Dance might be for naught. But let's see what happens here. This is going to be a very, very intense battle. Perfect music selection from MsTweetums for this intense combat.
Sorry about that. I smelled smoke. I thought something was on fire.
This battle is on fire as we begin off with a Will-O-Wisp, but it doesn't affect Cilantro as Prankster abilities do not affect Dark types. A bit of a mistake there from BrachyZoid as the knockoff goes into the Tinkaton as a Gigaton Header just destroys, flattens Absolute Unit. MsTweetums says there will be pancakes after the match, but it is going to be Absolute Unit who is turned into a pancake. Nice Ball Bro falls asleep, but the job is done. Absolute Unit has been taken out of the battle as Salt and Pain enters the field, our other Garganacl friend. It's hard to say right now who could be in the leads. One Pokemon down is not the end of the world as Nice Balls Bro is still asleep.
It looks like Brachy is keeping Nice Balls Bro into the match.
It looks like Peridot is going to be using Will-O-Wisp into Salt and Pain, but it has Purifying Salt, meaning it does not affect this poor Sableye is unable to find it as it eats a berry to prevent a ton of damage from the Play Rough. The Roselli Berry basically removes damage of a fairy attack, which means that Sableye gets to stay the turn. Now Sableye has the ability Prankster, which means any non-attacking moves will always prioritize. Salt Cure.
Unfortunate turn of events here for Nice Balls Bro. The Salt Cure will do extra damage.
Due to their steel typing, indeed, look at that giant chunk of damage. MsTweetums is not taking this one lying down. She is putting up a fight. What will Brachy do is he's kind of in a tough position right now.
He's in an awful sore spot here, but we'll have to see.
Shadow Sneak coming out of Peridot, doing a little bit of damage. Looks like Sableye is in a bad source right now. As Thunder Punch comes through, hitting Nice Balls Bro. That might be enough with the Curing Salt, but he breaks up! Nice Balls Bro wakes up for 4 p.m.
Oh!
And takes out Meowscarada.
You woke the baby and you paid the price.
Heavy Slam comes out.
Heavy Slam.
A critical hit from the Garganacl. It is a 1-for-1 here on the battlefield. MsTweetums down to 2 Pokemon and Brachy down to 3. But this Sableye hasn't been able to do a whole lot on the field due to the abilities of his opponent. This is a brutal back and forth as Brachy's next Pokemon is going to be the Ceruledge Saber.exe coming out onto the field. This is quite the intense battle.
Indeed, both quite skilled. Both quite knowledgeable as well.
As we see Terrestrialization coming from Brachy. Looks like it's going to be that
grass type, but once more.
Indeed. Peridot using Will-O-Wisp, reducing the damage of that Azurill, which is probably a good plan, as I believe it does have pure power, boosting its attack moves. As Terra Blast comes out of Ceruledge, what a surprising move onto the Garganackle. Not enough to take it out. Peridot holding on with 1 HP as another Salt Cure comes out onto Saber.exe. This is an insane battle.
Lots of great tech coming out from both sides of this battle.
Indeed, this could be anyone's match right now. Peridot surviving there could be huge, as Salt and Pain is not looking too good.
By the skin of her teeth.
MsTweetums could cinch out a win here, but it could be anyone's game right now. Saber.exe using Shadow Sneak on Salt and Pain, but it's not enough to take it out. Aqua Jet coming out of Azurill to take out the Sableye.
And that'll do it. Steven Universe reference.
Indeed. Garganackle going for the recover, just barely surviving, and now it gains all its HP back. What a huge play as Vaporwave takes some more damage from its burn. This is such a close match. Brachy sends out Pancake. The Indeedee. Going to set out that Psychic Surge. Priority moves are now not able to work, and I believe Dark-type moves also are affected. I don't know the exact definition of this ability, and I probably should have read about it before doing the tournament, but I digress.
With Brachy, the battle was bound to get weird.
Indeed, but now we're 2 versus 2 here. It could be anyone's game as the Hyper Voice comes out, doing a critical hit on Vaporwave. Pancake loses some HP. Terra Blast comes out. Who is it going to be for? Garganackle is taken out, leaving just Azurill behind. This is such a close match. Vaporwave using superpower into Pancake, but it doesn't do enough damage. The Psychic attack resisting the fighting type, lowering its defenses.
Looking like this could be the end.
Vaporwave is looking like it's on its last legs here between the burn and the stat decreases. The Salt Cure from Garganackle, a little memento of its life on Saber.exe. Oh no, I think MsTweetums might have forgot about the Psychic Train. Unfortunately, she did, as the Psychic Train protects you from priority moves, and Pancake is going to finish it out with a Hyper Voice, taking out MsTweetums. Brachy taking the first match.
Unfortunate turn of events for MsTweetums, but BrachyZoid utilizing some of that knowledge and instinct.
A fantastic fight from both of them. This could be anyone's matches. If there was to be a best of 3, this would be a great one to have, but we'll see what happens. Brachy might be able to execute another win and proceed forward in the loser's bracket.
Definitely one of the more competitive matches we've seen so far tonight.
Indeed. That was such a back and forth. At any point, anyone could have turned that around. Very close match. How are we feeling, chat? I'm actually, like, sweaty. That was an intensive match. That was, like, really intense.
Brachy brought the heat.
Indeed. We're going to be switching over now to Brachy's stream end of things here. I'm just going to let them know that they're good to go. Alrighty, as the players are setting up for the next match, we're going to get the Brachy view this time as we go into the second round. Can he cinch out another win against MsTweetums' terrifyingly adorable team? Or are we going to go to a best of 3?
We'll have to find out.
Looks like chat is really getting engaged. Fire is happening in the chat. Everyone who's made it here today, I hope you're having a great time. This has been a fantastic round of Pokemon. Connor, you've actually been keeping up with the rules and mechanics pretty well too. What's you kind of watch a few matches and figure it out?
I'm just rolling with the punches here, honestly.
It looks like our competitors will also be rolling with the punches, as we're going to jump over now as Brachy is selecting that Hawlucha, that Mexican representation on his team. Looks like Pancake is also going to be entering the team, as well as the other Pokemon. Hovering over that Tinkaton, thinking about it pretty hard.
Tinkaton has been putting in some great effort here.
Indeed. Tigana definitely a fan favorite of the Pokemon Scarlet and Violet team, and it looks like he's going to go with
Brachy
Vaporeon.
going for the Vaporeon.
Indeed. Let's see what MsTweetums brings to the fold as we're going into our second match. Here we go. And what music has Brachy chosen for us for this round? Let's hear it. All right, we're listening to the Team Star Rave music here as MsTweetums is going to start off with Vaporwave the Azurill and Absolute Unit the Clodsire. My brain just stopped working. Pancake the Indeedee is going to set up the Psychic Surge, and Hawlucha, also known as Power Bottom, is going to get off that Psychic Seed that will increase his special defense. So immediately Brachy setting up kind of a better position for him as well. This Indeedee is no pushover either. This is not a support Indeedee. This is a full-on power Indeedee. Brachy playing it safe.
Brachy going for the immediate Terrastalize.
Indeed, and looks like it's going to be Indeedee on Indeedee. Brachy is coming out of the gate.
Normal type.
Indeed, normal type to mix with that Hyper Voice, which should do a ton of damage if it connects. Brachy's coming out with all the power, but a response...
And another Terrastalize from MsTweetums in response.
And it's going to be on that Azurill as well. We've seen this Fairy-type Azurill be quite terrifying on its own. Let's see how this is going to go. Power Bottom using Protect, and if that Azurill aimed for that Hawlucha, this could have been bad. Pancake coming out with a Hyper Voice. Huge amount of damage on Vaporwave and Absolute Unit, but they're still standing. And sure enough, Vaporwave was trying to go into that play rough against the Hawlucha, but unfortunately...
Great read from Brachy.
Fantastic read from Brachy, as the Stealth Rocks is set up on Brachy's side of the field. Any Pokemon with a Focus Sash is going to be affected, and any Pokemon switching in is going to take damage when they come in. Absolute Unit is going to regain health from the Black Sludge. Good prediction from Brachy, as he really wants this win.
Looks like Brachy's putting all of his eggs into this Hyper Voice, and a Flying Press from Hawlucha, not very effective.
Indeed, Absolute Unit, as his name would suggest, is an Absolute Unit, but the Hyper Voice coming out is going to get a double knockout on both of MsTweetums' Pokemon, as Vaporwave is taken out of the battle, and so is Absolute Unit. This leaves MsTweetum with just 2 Pokemon remaining. A fantastic play by Brachy.
And a rocky start for MsTweetums.
Indeed.
It looks like Brachy might have gotten his groove back here in the second match.
But Pumpkin is sent out, and Pumpkin has the ability to revive a Pokemon. MsTweetums might not be out of it just yet.
It's much too early to call it here.
Indeed. They're thinking about it. This battle is getting intense, just like this music.
Swords Dance from Hawlucha.
That is a greedy play from Brachy here, bumping up the attack as the Dazzling Beam comes out. Pumpkin barely holds on.
Holding on for dear life, just enough to maybe get that resurrection off.
Indeed, and it does work.
Indeed.
The resurrection is done, and we don't know. We'll find out what Pokemon was revived. It'll show up on the screen here. Vaporwave has been revived. The Azurill has been revived as a close combat from Ceruledge.
Oh my goodness.
Takes out Indeedee instantly. A fantastic response from MsTweetums. She is not going out without a fight.
And just like that, the odds are evened once again.
We're down to 3-3 here. Sir Painson restoring health with leftovers. An interesting choice there on a Ceruledge. Are we going to have the Ceruledge fight, or are we going to have Vaporeon come in? We are going to have a Battle of the Blades as Saber.exe hits the field on Brachy's side. However, it's coming in with a deficit as it takes damage from the pointed stones that were set up by Absolute Unit earlier in this fight.
Brachy likely feeling challenged, wanted to throw his own hat in the ring there.
Indeed. Now the question is, which one is faster and which one is stronger?
That might be the difference here.
Indeed. Pumpkin going for a Protect.
Wise choice there.
Serpainston going for a Shadow Sneak, but is protected by the Psychic Terrain, this time working against MsTweetums, as she's forgotten once again that she cannot use priority moves in here, as Brachy goes for the very, very brave play of a bulk up immediately. Kind of a quiet turn, but a lot of setting up was occurred there.
The calm before the storm, perhaps.
This could be anyone's game. Brachy checking to see the terrain and seeing what's going on here as he's setting up again. Is he going to go for another bulk up? That is such a greedy play.
MsTweetums has to look out for that Psychic Terrain, and that crit will take out Pumpkin.
Doesn't even matter. Pumpkin was at 1 HP, but that definitely was sending a message as another greedy play. This is just the battle of the stat increases.
A sword dance in response. This is like the offensive version of the Metapods hardening.
Indeed, except for Sword Dance gets you up 2 stages, while Bulk Up increases your defense and your attack by 1 stage. It looks like the Psychic Terrain has disappeared off the field, meaning priority moves may also be executed now. As
now might be MsTweetums' time to strike.
Back from the dead comes Vapor Wave. No terrestrialization, though, unfortunately, but we'll see what happens as we continue on in this battle. This is such a back and forth. This could be anybody's game here.
Right you are, Monty.
Brachy checking his options here. I love to see the Cerul Edge mirror match here.
Looking like he is going to be swapping in.
Interesting choice here, interesting choice. Oh no, he's rethinking it. He went back. He thought about it again. He's running out of time. He's got to think about it.
He's got 9 seconds. 8, 7, 6, 5.
He's going for the... All right.
It looks like he's locked in his choice.
Indeed. He ran out of time there. Kind of to rush his turn. But here comes Vaporeon censored, entering the field, taking some damage from those stones as Shadow Sneak does come out. And if that
Brachy,
attack...
I think baiting out that 1v1.
Indeed. Preventing that Shadow Sneak from doing a ton of damage to his own Cerul Edge as the Play Rough comes out.
Oh my
goodness! Power Bottom survives the Ravaging.
Power Bottom just barely hanging on there.
Helping Hand coming out of Vaporeon on to Power Bottom, giving him an extra set of power as the other Flying Crest comes out. And it's enough to take out Vapor Wave. It is now Cerul Edge with a Sword Stance up against 3 Pokemon. Close combat. Not enough to take out Censored the Vaporeon. Censored eating a berry, probably a citrus berry to regain health. This is not looking good for MsTweetums.
Not looking good at all.
Oh, thinking about the Haze. Haze, the attack Haze will basically remove any stat changes to a Pokemon. He's thinking about it, but he's decided against it, going for the risky Hydro Pump, which does have a chance to not hit, as Power Bottom is going to go for a Roost, getting rid of that flying type and healing back his health. Bitter Blade comes out, and it takes out Power Bottom! However, if this Hydro Pump connects, that might end Cerul Edge right here and now, as it is a Fire Ghost type. It does connect! Is it enough? It is enough!
Yes, it is!
Brachy takes the round and takes the win, as unfortunately MsTweetums is our first competitor knocked out of the tournament. But what an impressive showing by MsTweetums.
It was a brave and bold battle, a test of wits and wills. And Brachy came out on top. Unfortunately, this is where MsTweetums' tournament life will end.
Indeed. Unfortunately, MsTweetums put on quite the fight, but unfortunately she has been knocked out of the tournament. Brachy makes his way forward, having to compete against Marcus.
The black sheep of the tournament is the first one eliminated.
Indeed. But we're going to pull MsTweetums in here for her to say her parting words for the tournament. Let me go grab her right now.
Or rather, not the black sheep, but the favorite to win by a lot of both members of the chat and members of the tournament, I should say.
We're going to get her in here for her interview here. I think we have MsTweetums in there. Hi, MsTweetums. How are you doing?
Hello. I think I'm missing my pancreas now. It's just completely gone.
You should probably go to a hospital.
At least it's not causing you any more trouble.
Exactly.
MsTweetums, you've done an impressive showing in the tournament. Your matches have been probably the most clutch back and forth matches we've seen in the entire round, and it could have been anybody's game. An impressive showing.
But Brachy had good reads on me, and what can I say? He had a lot of good counters to my team, so, you know, I can't be upset because Brachy's team was pretty good. I mean, they have a bird. I can't fight a bird. I'm a bird.
Yep, no bird-on-bird violence will be seen today from MsTweetums. But MsTweetums, thank you so much for joining us for this tournament. Unfortunately, that means you will not be able to continue in either bracket, but you have presented quite a showing. I would like chat to cheer for MsTweetums and her contributions to this tournament, as she is unfortunately our first one out, just due to organization, not due to skill. MsTweetums, do you have any words for the audience, for your fellow competitors, or for us as you take your leave?
Of course. I just want to say thank you all for inviting me to this tournament. I was actually very flabbergasted when I was approached for this, and on like a recommendation of a fellow participant too, I nearly dropped my phone, not gonna lie. Everybody that's participated, AP, Arcolf, Brachy, Elam, Gaius, Gentle, and Thero, you've all been very nice and very lovely to hang out with, and watching y'all's matches was really inspiring, and I couldn't have asked for like a better group of people to play Pokemon with. So thank you all for having me.
Amazing words. Before you leave, MsTweetums, I have to ask, who do you think will take it all the way?
Oh God, you can't ask me that. You have to make me pick someone. It's gonna be tough. But I'm rooting for Gentle to win.
Okay, rooting for Gentle to win.
Rooting for Gentlebro.
I'm rooting for Gentle, but don't worry, I may not be in the tournament, but I am in chat with my sword. I'm watching you all.
Well, there you have it, folks. Thank you so much, MsTweetums. We may not have pancakes, but you can go and enjoy some brownies, and we will see you in the chat.
Not brownies!
Goodbye! And there she goes. I keep turning off my border. There we go. Alright, a fantastic showing by MsTweetums, but unfortunately she is knocked out of the tournament, which means Brachy is now going to be up against Marcus in the following round, but we've just started the losers bracket, as our next battle will be between Arkholf and Theropod. We're going to allow them to set up there, but we're just going to take a very quick break as they're setting up. Connor, if you could entertain the chat, because I have to feed my cats.
Right you are, Monty. Chat! That was a spectacular match. An excellent victory under Brachy's belt. It looks like he might have gotten his groove back from the previous match. With the RNG now stabilized, it's looking like my prediction might be coming true, and Brachy might be the person to beat in losers bracket. However, we do have some fierce contenders in the winners bracket. And coming up, we've got some spectacular matches. How are we feeling, chat? Loving the Connor halftime show? That's right. It's the Connor halftime show. Bosco can't take this away from me.
Alrighty, I am back.
Welcome back.
So we are going to be continuing on into our losers bracket with Theropod and Arkholf making their way. I'm going to let them know here. Not Arvolf, Arkholf. Come on.
Arvolf.
Arvolf. Alrighty. All right, Arkholf is in. Just waiting here on Theropod here. As Theropod makes his way in, we're going to start by recording from Arkholf's side here. Looking good. All right.
All right, we've got Theropod Art and Arcolf ready to throw down in loser's
Indeed.
bracket.
Currently, they're setting up the battle rotation. I don't want to jinx anything, but surprisingly, this has gone more smoothly than I expected. I thought there would be a lot of technical problems, I'm not going to lie. Organizing...
And soon now, because you tempted the universe,
I know.
things will go quickly awry.
Indeed. But, I mean, when you juggle 8 different capture cards and 8 different people, it can be... You know what? You can only do it as well as you can. We don't have a production team. It's literally just me. I'm so happy Chad is here. I hope everyone's been having a really good time. I want to do more events like this because this is really, really, really fun. I'm actually like having a great time. Especially after being sick for so long. Like, this is the greatest way to come back with a bang, is this two-day event. All right, it looks like we are getting ready for the Pokemon selection screen here. Let's take us over to Arcolf's team here. All right, here we go. Feels like it's been a while since we've seen Arkholf as he is bringing in his Tri-Weather team against Theropod's Lizard team. Very interesting team things. We've had a Ghost team. We've had all sorts of different themes. Excited to see what happens here.
All right, let's see what Arcolf goes for here. Arcolf's theme, I suppose you could say, for his team is a lot of battlefield effects.
Indeed, yes. He seems to really enjoy the battlefield effects. He had mentioned during the break that he picked this team because he loves the snow and rain, which I can confirm he does enjoy. Looks like we are getting into it. Arkholf versus Theropod, round 1. Let's see what we get as we get the Area 0 battle theme. We have Nanolan and VTuber, the Salazzle, the favorite of Theropod's team, versus Doonfair, the Tyranitar, and Magnemoist, the Gastrodon.
And those area effects are coming out quickly.
Indeed, starting with a Sandstorm from that Tyranitar, which will not affect itself or the Gastrodon, who is part ground. That Salazzle is in a very dangerous position with a potential Earthquake from both of Arkholf's Pokemon, potentially. Or an Earth Move.
Indeed.
Earth Move, rather. VTuber coming out with a Dragon Pulse.
Swinging first. And Nanoland with a
Oh!
Seed Bomb, my goodness!
A huge Seed Bomb from Nanoland as Stomping Tantrum comes out and takes out VTuber.
Oh.
Truly, Tyranitar said, "Begone thought." Icy Wind coming out of Gastrodon as Nanoland takes a ton of damage and its speed is lowered. Nanoland also taking damage from the Sandstorm and getting poisoned by a Toxic Orb. This could potentially be a Poison Heal Breloom. Hacky Sack
We'll have
coming
to find out.
The Haxorus, a beautiful Dragon-type Pokemon from Black and White coming out here. Not one you see very often. Interesting to see what Arkholf does in this round.
Bold choice.
Indeed, indeed. Nanoland using Mach
And
Punch,
a Mach Punch.
priority fighting move to take out the Tyranitar. A huge play from Thero. This is quite the back and forth. 3-3 now as Hacky Sack.
Nanoland rustling some feathers there.
Indeed, Hacky Sack coming out with a Brick Break, but Nanoland is taken out by an Icy Wind, and Hacky Sack's speed is reduced.
Getting sent back to Grandma's house.
Indeed. So she can hang out with Russer. Hacky Sack taking some residual Sandstorm damage. What is Arkholf going to send out next? This Haxorus is not going to do very well against these ice types as Choco Taco comes out.
The last Choco Taco comes out.
He is
and
not...
Frigidaire in response.
Got 2 ice types hitting the field in the blizzard. Be very interesting to see how this is going. Arkholf not even hesitating, picking his moves without any hesitation here. Dragon Cross, thank you so much for the raid of the party of 4. Thank you so much.
What the fuck was that?
That was Gastrodon.
It sounded like Wario.
Yeah, Gastrodon.
Wow! And a
Haxorus
Terraslicized.
into fighting type. Interesting.
A bold move.
Will it pay off? Frigidaire going for the Thunder Wave on the Baxcalibur, slowing it down to a snail's pace as Choco Taco is paralyzed. But Hacky Sack coming out with the Terrasilize Brick Break onto the refrigerator, and that refrigerator has been chopped in half!
Theropod fighting back here.
Yawn coming out of the Gastrodon. If that Haxorus remains on the field, it is going to fall asleep the following turn as Glaive
The
Rush.
Glaive Rush goes out despite the paralysis, and that's going to be it for Magnemoist.
Magnemoist has been banished to the sink where it shall be cleaned for eternity. Theropod turning this around substantially.
Yes, but the last Choco Taco is paralyzed, and
is also vulnerable due to that Glaive Rush. When you use Glaive Rush, you take double damage. As Betty comes out, placing up the Snow. Now Snow has a new effect
Hacky
now.
Sack.
Now Snow has Sorry, go ahead.
Got yawned last turn, so this might be a sleep happening here. Arkholf terraslicizing.
Looks like Betty the Yeti is turning into a pure grass type here. Now it is worth pointing out that Snow has changed in this generation. It no longer does damage every turn, but instead increases the natural defense of every ice Pokemon on the field. As the Brick Bait comes out, see how much damage it does? It does half HP, a huge amount of damage. As Betty comes out with the Aurora Veil, increasing the special defense of this Abomasnow against special and physical moves. Amping up that defense as Hacky Sack
And there
does
the
fall
sleep
asleep.
takes hold.
Indeed.
Thero could be in a bad position if the paralysis takes hold.
Indeed, and with Haxorus asleep, this could be rough. This Abomasnow could turn the tide, as unfortunately it is asleep. Betty coming out with Giga Drain. It's gonna be on Hacky Sack! Knocking out Hacky Sack the Haxorus and restoring its own HP.
I think this might all come down to the paralysis here.
It may. As it is down to one Pokemon on each side. As
The Glaive Rush comes out.
It is not enough!
Though.
What do we have? Is it a Citrus Berry? It appears to be a Citrus Berry, restoring the
It's
health.
an Aguav Berry.
Indeed. Now Choco Taco in an incredibly dangerous position as it is now vulnerable due to that Glaive Rush.
The last Choco Taco fighting for its rights, using Protect.
Just to avoid that vulnerability, a restart play as Betty goes for Blizzard. It does not affect.
A good read from Thero.
Indeed. It is down to just
Still
these
paralyzed,
two
though.
Pokemon. Betty going for Blizzard. It does not a ton of damage, but the paralysis takes hold.
Paralyzed.
This could be anyone's game. This is so close.
It's down to the wire now, folks.
Our closest match yet as Choco
And
Taco
there it
is taken out.
The paralysis.
Arkholf takes the first match, and what a close match it was. What an intense back and forth between these two competitors.
That really went down to the wire. Thero showing his stuff. Really showing that his team is not a bunch of pushovers. The last Choco Taco really putting in some work there. The unfortunate bit of RNG with the paralysis there at the very end, blocking him from the win here. But he's got that fighting spirit. He's got the endless optimism. He's not out of this yet.
He could cinch this out. It looks like they are setting up for the next battle. We'll be watching from Theropod's side here as we enter back in with his Lizard team. I wonder if he's going to bring that Salazzle. It has not been doing a whole lot of work for him. The Baxcalibur definitely doing quite a bit, and a lot of his Pokemon, a great variety. Despite all being lizards, it's interesting to see the differences in these Pokemon. Someone said I thought this was supposed to be a joke tournament. Guess what? Never mind. I guess it says it was supposed to be not like a serious tournament. Like, we don't want people to fight and like get angry over this. Like, the prizes are all garbage, but the competition is real here as the competitors are setting up for the next match. Ah, shit. Someone is messaging me. Oh, that's not... no one is messaging me. Never mind. Disregard. Let me get back into the Pokemon tournament here as we are going to be watching from Thero's side, as we do not have audio from Thero right now. 1 second. No audio. We may have to record this from Arcolf's side again, unfortunately. It looks like we are going to have to do just that as we're heading back into the tournament. We're going to be viewing from Arcolf's side a second time. Sorry, Theropod. Unfortunately, we are not hearing audio on your end, but a valiant effort as some very intense music coming out from Brachy. Arkholf. All right, interesting. Different leads here as we have the Cyclizar and the Haxorus coming out. Raptor and Hacky Sack against Betty the Yeti, Abomasnow, and Frigidaire the Rotom. Starting off with an ice setup here. Immediate terrestrialization. Coming out on the Haxorus, turning it immediately into a fighting type. Connor, are you still with me, or is the intensity of this match blowing you away?
My bladder was quivering from the excitement, and I needed to go relieve some pressure. And it looks like Arkholf terrestrializing as well.
Immediate first turn terrestrialization from both Pokemon. Interesting play here from both of them. Now, with that Abomasnow being a grass type now, it does not gain... Oh my god!
Oh my goodness!
The Blizzard takes out Cyclizar, but luckily due to terrestrialization from the Haxorus, it survives as a Brick Break comes out.
Oh, not enough though.
Frigidaire is still in as Betty throws out that Aurora Veil, increasing the defense and special defense for the Pokemon on his side. I believe it, I can't remember if it only affects ice types. It's kind of a new set, so I'm a little unsure.
Well, the last Choco Taco is coming out.
This Pokemon has been an NVT on Theropod's team. This absolute unit of a Pokemon.
Indeed, MVT, most valuable taco.
Indeed. What if we'll see a switch out from Arcolf here if he's going to stay in? Because this Choco Taco could take out his Abomasnow if he's not careful. Looks like Frigidaire is going to go for that Thunder Wave again, trying to repeat what won him the match in the last round.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Indeed. Hacky Sack going for another Brick Bake. I think that might take out the Rotom, and sure enough, it does that, and also, I believe, breaks the Aurora Veil, as well as Brick Break destroys Light Screens, Reflects, and Aurora Veils. It actually removes effects. Blizzard coming out, takes out Hacky Sack. That is a 1-for-1 here, as Thero is down to 2 Pokemon, and I believe that Arcolf might be down to 3. Choco Taco coming out with an Ice Fang, doing a ton of damage.
Nanoland coming in to save the day, just as she saved children's television.
Indeed, Nanoland is potentially the last Pokemon here, and it is going to be up against a water type in the form of Skewer, the Barraskewda. This Barraskewda, though, is quite terrifying. It is very fast, and I'm curious to see what moves it might have.
It looks like Thero here might be trying to take out that Abomasnow.
No!
And the paralysis takes hold. The last Choco Taco, but a Mach Punch not quite enough.
Oh, so unfortunate. So close. But that Aguavberry heals up Betty the Yeti as an Ice Shard comes out, but it's not enough to do a ton of damage to the Breloom as the close combat.
And the last Choco Taco's last gasp.
Choco Taco is put in the sales clearance bin, as unfortunately it is just down to Nanoland, her Peepo, and 3 very terrifying Pokemon on the side of Arkholf.
The writing might be on the wall here.
We'll see what happens here.
Nanoland could be getting canceled after 2 seasons here.
Nanoland is still alive, but the Ice Fang from the Barraskewda
That'll do it.
will do it, as unfortunately Theropod is knocked out of the tournament, but a good showing in his final match as Arkholf takes this round of Losers Bracket. Well, what a fantastic round of matches that was. We're gonna bring in Theropod for his farewell here. Theropod, get in here. Boop. Hello, Theropod.
How's it going?
What do you have
Thero.
to say?
Yeah, Connor.
An impressive effort, Thero. The last Choco Taco doing its damnedest to try and keep you in this tournament. A remarkable effort.
Yeah. He tried, but I guess there was a reason why the Choco Taco was discontinued.
No!
The Choco Taco officially now discontinued.
As courtesy of this stream. Theropod, I can't remember what I said to MsTweetums previously. I've been yelling a lot. What are your thoughts?
I'm not good at Pokemon.
Oh no!
Trust me, I'm right there with you, buddy.
But you did show up, and that first match was quite the clencher. I will say that. That was so close.
You had me on the edge of my seat there.
Yeah, if the paralyzed didn't go through, I would have got that, but RNG's a bitch. So it is what it is.
It is what it is.
RNG can be fickle sometimes.
Do you have any words for chat, your fellow competitors, and or us?
I got nothing. I tried to bring my favorites, and so you know the tip of like, hey, bring your favorites and battle with your favorites. That's bullshit. No,
come on.
No. I had fun. This was great.
Well, Farah, I asked MsTweetums, so I'll ask you as well. Who do you think will take it all the way?
Oh god. Who's it between right now?
Right now in the winners bracket, we have Gentle and Elam in the semifinals. And in the losers bracket, we currently have Marcus and Brachy and Arcolf and Gaius fighting for a chance against the reigning champion here.
Can I say who I was disappointed not to fight?
Sure.
Sure.
I wanted to fight Gaius because I wanted to see who's better, Scalies or like Fluffy. But
well,
I guess that won't happen.
This will not be the last Pokemon tournament, so I think that all in all, I feel like that chance could happen in the future potentially, depending on how things go. So
the answer may have eluded us for now, but in the future, who knows?
Indeed.
No, I promise I'm not salty. I was just joking, but no, that was great. That was great.
It was very entertaining.
Thero, your team was awesome. You did admirably, and thank you so much for participating.
Yeah.
Indeed.
All right.
Enjoy your time in the green room.
What?
And with that, I'm just gauging here what we have. We have our semifinals, but once we need to figure out our mini kind of semifinals. Connor, how are you for time right now? Because I know that you have an obligation here. We could potentially cinch out the next bracket of the losers bracket and then do the rest of the tournament tomorrow for our finals.
I technically have an hour and a half.
Okay. What do you say for 2 more matches for our losers bracket here?
Let's do it. Let's launch over it.
All right, let's do it. We're going to be doing 2 more best of 3s tonight. Our next competitors are going to be the next tier. They've kind of come and gone. Our winners, Gentle and Elam. If by chance you two need to leave, if you're watching the stream right now and you do want or need to leave, you can. As we will probably not be continuing the semifinals until tomorrow, but we will be doing our losers brackets between Marcus, Brachy, Arkholf, and Gaius. So stay tuned for that as we get into it. Connor, do you need a break or are you good to keep going?
I relieved myself. I've got some coffee left over. I'm ready to keep going.
Alrighty, I'm ready to keep going too. Let's get right back into it as our next match will be Marcus versus Brachy. Let's pull them into the thing here. AP Sejuani versus BrachyZoid. Now it's worth pointing out here, whoever loses in the semifinals will end up in the losers bracket semifinals. To give you an idea what's going to happen here is we're going to finish these matches, and the final winners of this match will be essentially pitted against each other, and whoever wins that will have to fight the semifinalist loser in order to cinch out their chance to do a retry against the finalists potentially. So that's what we're looking at here for these battles. So we have AP Sejuani and Brachy in here. We have lost our referee, unfortunately. If MsTweetums or Theropod wants to act as referee, that's totally fine, but I kind of trust everybody. I feel like they're not going to cheat. But let's get into it here as we're going to have Marcus versus Brachy. Let's see if we can go through Marcus's first. I've also changed up our in-between music as this tournament has intensified significantly here. Alright, AP Sejuani is filming here. Once again, has kind of the weird camera thing, so we'll have to switch over to the weird overlay. They are selecting the rules now. Now again, whoever loses this will no longer be able to continue in the tournament. This is a knockout-style tree tournament, meaning that if Brachy or Marcus lose here, they are out of the tournament entirely. So they are fighting for all of the cards here.
Right you are.
These will be our last 2 rounds of the night, and then do be sure to come tomorrow, because tomorrow at 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, we will be continuing the tournament to its finale. So definitely come and check that out. Alrighty, it seems that we are in the Pokemon selection screen, so let's take us over to that now.
Let's get it on.
Alright.
Remember to use the other window.
Yeah, I got it. You're now filming on Marcus's side. It's a little loud. I'll turn it down just a little bit. There we go. Alright, we are back in it. This is a battle for life and death, indeed. Thank you so much, True American Reject. I could not have surmised that as accurately. I am genuinely curious if we're going to see any new Pokemon from either side. We have seen all of Brachy's team, but Marcus's team, we still haven't seen that mouse hold yet. I'm very genuinely curious to see if we will see it gain some play here, as we are now getting into it. Marcus versus Brachy in the losers bracket.
We'll have to find out here.
Starting out is Peridot and Censored the Vaporeon. An interesting lead for Brachy here as Hatterene and Bad Romance, Fashion and Bad Romance come out onto the field.
Indeed. A Pokemon Brachy normally saves in the reserves. Vaporeon, Censored the Vaporeon coming out early.
Indeed. Let's see if it works out for him, though. Is it still a bit loud? I'll turn it down a little bit. Sorry, chat. There we go.
A brave and bold strategy from Mr. Zoid here.
A fake-out crit into Hatterene and a Hydro Pump from Censored directly into Bad Romance, doing a ton of damage. Bad Romance responding with its own Salt Cure, though.
Salt Cure will do extra damage due to Vaporeon being a water type, however.
Fashion doing a Con Mind. It was not affected by the fake-out. I wonder what ability it actually has. I can actually check that right now, because that is a very curious sort of interaction there. Where is Marcus's list here? There is Marcus's list here.
And the Salt Cure doing more damage.
A ton of damage. Oh! It wasn't an ability, it was the Covert Cloak. Fashion is holding a Covert Cloak, which means it ignores the additional effects of attacks, meaning that the Fake Out only did damage, and its flinch effect did not activate due to the Covert Cloak. Both players taking their time here, thinking about what they're going to do.
Beautiful maneuver.
Indeed, a very sneaky item choice on Marcus's side.
Let's see if that's enough to slip up Brachy.
Brachy
Withdrawing Peridot.
Peridot has been swapped out, no doubt fearing the Purifying Salt of the Garganackle, as Nice Ballsbro comes out, as Haze comes out onto the field, removing all stat changes of all Pokemon on the field.
Oh.
As Bad Romance Salt cures into the Sableye slot, unfortunately affecting Nice Ballsbro as it is a Steel type. Giga Drain from Hatterene does some damage and heals her back up.
Wonderful read by AP Sejuani here.
Indeed, as Vaporeon is eating its, I believe, a citrus berry, it appears to be, regaining some of its health. And Garganackle, Bad Romance, eating some of its leftovers to regain some of its HP.
And the Salt Cure dealing more damage to Nice Ballsbro.
And to Censored as well. Look at that damage, that hurts. Marcus
Brachy is in a bit of a sticky wicket here. Looking like he might swap in his ace in the hole Taurus, Alejandro the Taurus.
Thinking about it, that is a risky switch because he basically could just get attacked, but...
Looking like instead he might be going for... Oh, he is indeed swapping out Alejandro. Is he swapping both of his Pokemon?
A bold play from Marcus, swapping
a brave
water.
and bold strategy here.
I wonder if he switched to Tauros in to avoid a Hydro Pump as Gigaton Hammer comes out, but that is going to be on Bloody Mary, but she survives with the Focus Sash. This could be quite the strategic switch-in, as Censored, as predicted, does the Hydro Pump into the Tauros slot, not doing all that much damage, as more Salt Cure takes more damage off of Nice Ballsbro. And this poor Vaporeon that is taken
and that
out.
is it.
Bad Romance, the Garganackle, really leaving its calling card, taking out that Vaporeon with that Salt Cure. A fantastic play. As Peridot, the Sableye, has returned to the field. This thing is quite threatening to that Tauros, as it could potentially slow it down with Will-O-Wisp and other abilities. Marcus is thinking about his options here. We could see a fake out from this Sableye, but it's hard to say what's about to happen. We have a Terastallization coming in.
On Taurus, it looks like it might be going for that Steel type again. Yes, indeed. The axe in its frontal lobe only makes it angrier.
Indeed. The Shadow Sneak comes out and takes out the Frostlass. A critical hit just for good measure. As Bloody Mary drinks are on her tonight, she is out of this fight.
And Taurus using its Earthquake. That'll be it for Nice Ballsbro.
Nice Ballsbro is out and a huge amount of damage to that Sableye. Not doing as much as we probably hoped for, but still enough to be quite intimidating.
It looks like Fashion's coming back out.
Fashion is back in fashion as Fashion the Peckish enters the field. Again, has that covert cloak. And it looks like Brachy is down to his last Pokemon, which is going to be the Ceruledge.
Brachy in a bit of a sticky wicket here.
His back is up against the wall, but he's not out yet, though that Earthquake from that Tauros is quite terrifying. I don't believe that we've seen a Terastallization from Brachy. We might see it now if we haven't seen it already.
We'll have to find out here soon. And yes, indeed, Terastallization on Brachy's end is coming out.
And it's going to be on that Ceruledge, giving it the Grass typing to resist the potential Earthquake out from the Tauros. A fantastic decision by Brachy. Quash! Interesting.
The move was postponed.
That means it's the last move as...
Oh, and it looks like it's not coming out at all!
What a fantastic play from Brachy, quashing the Tauros so it doesn't attack in its round, taking it out with Ceruledge. A fantastic play.
And that's why you can never count out BrachyZoid, evening the odds in a few extremely smart moves here.
That Roselli Berry making it so Peridot survives another turn. This has completely turned around on its head. Both trainers are down to their last two Pokemon. This is where it goes.
All right.
That quash was some galaxy brain plays. The problem is now, unfortunately, this Sableye is kind of in another quash out of
Another
the
quash on
Sableye.
Bad Romance.
A Terra
And Terra
Blast.
Blast coming out.
Oh, this could be it. Is it enough? It is
And
enough.
Bad Romance is down.
That salt has been put back in the shaker. It is just down to Hatterene and 2 Pokemon now. As Fashion goes
Mystical
for
Fire, however.
But forgetting about Cerulege's ability, Terastallization does not remove an ability, and Flash Fire protects it from the Mystical Fire, meaning that the grass type choice here is impeccably done.
That might be the beginning of the end here.
A fantastic turnaround from Brachy. Shadow Sneak comes out, doing a little bit of chip damage here. And Bitter Blade comes out. Is it enough? It is not enough.
Not enough.
What can Fashion
Buying
do?
one more turn.
Fashion goes for another Dazzling Gleam, taking out Peridot. And a critical hit on Peridot for good measure as well, as both trainers are down to 1 Pokemon each, but it is not looking good in Marcus's corner.
It's down to the wire now. It all comes down to this next attack.
Indeed. Saber EXE.
Bitter
goes for
Blade,
Bitter
this is
Blade.
it.
That is
And a
it.
crit for good measure.
Indeed. Ceruledge says, try again next time, and takes out Hatterene. Melee versus Wizard. Melee will always win. That is round 1 of these 2 Pokemon battlers, and a fantastic display of prowess.
Brachy really showing his knowledge there on the battlefield. He was backed into a corner early, but he managed to pull back the round.
What a
with
fantastic...
some clever maneuvering with the Terastallized.
The quash play was incredible from Peridot the Sableye, actually saving him the match probably. If that did not occur, there's no doubt in my mind that Tauros would have completely demolished the rest of his team. An impressive play. We are setting up
Very
for our
well
next...
done by Mr. Zoid here.
Indeed. We are setting up for our next match here as we are going into Brachy's view here. These most recent matches have been quite intensive, and I'm excited to see what they hold.
Brachy showing off his brains and buns.
Indeed. The reads have been incredible. But will this mean a victory, or can Marcus turn this around? This has been a very close match between these two, and it could still be anybody's game. Preparations are complete, and they are setting up the match now. Alright, we are now into the Pokemon selection screen. Let's get into it. Oh. Oh, shit. There we go.
Ruh-roh.
We are a high-quality presentation. Thank you so much for joining us. Alright, looks like we have a few different Pokemon coming in. Again, I'm wondering if we're going to see this mouse hold. I don't know if we are. I haven't seen him bring it out yet, but... Goodness gracious, this Ceruledge has been quite incredible. The items chosen for these Pokemon has also been quite incredible as well. Curious to see what's going to happen here as we go into round 2. And yes, chat, you did see my secrets, but it's fine. I made sure to tell everybody in the Pokemon Tournament Discord not to post their credit card information or their addresses, just in case I do that.
You might, however, see some cringe.
Indeed. Alright. Looks like we're getting into the second match of this round between Marcus and Brachy.
Let's see what this match will bring. It looks like Marcus is starting off with Alejandro and Bloody Mary.
And we have Sableye and Ceruledge, Peridot and Saber.exe coming onto the field on Brachy's side. A lot of decision-making being made here.
Looks like we might be seeing a Terastallized from Brachy here.
Yeah, pretty quickly here. Brachy has a very aggressive playstyle, tends to not waste any time or slow down the flow of battle. He tends to go in, no holds bar, violence.
And just as I thought, Terastallized likely coming out. on Saber.exe.
That grass type terrestrialization, a very, very good one for the Ceruledge, has definitely been paying dividends. Peridot going for that fake out on Alejandro. I'm butchering that. But the anger point is being set off by the Frostlass, but it is flinch.
But the flinch.
Brachy wasting no time, expecting an early terrestrialization. Unfortunately, Bitter Blades into a still water type Tauros. Not doing too much damage. But the question is now, will Marcus terrestrialize his Tauros seeing that move, or will he hold off? This could be the read of the century if Marcus predicts what is going to happen here.
This next move could make or break the rest of this match. We'll have to find out.
Indeed. I'm on the edge of my seat right now. Connor, what about you?
I am in the shrimp position.
I have a fidget toy and it's getting worn down. I'll just say that much. This entire tournament has had me playing with this infinity cube constantly because I'm serious. Oh, the quash out of Peridot!
Another quash.
Brachy is shutting down this Tauros. He is not having it. As a Frost Breath comes out from the Frostlass, a critical
That's
hit.
a crit.
Terra Blast
A
coming
Terra
out.
Blast.
And no terrestrialization from this Tauros means that this Tauros is done. It is a medium rare steak served up on a platter.
Nicely tenderized. Alejandro, the big damage, not able to come out, unfortunately.
That quash is devastating.
Indeed. This could spell doom for Marcus here.
Well, it certainly spells bad romance because bad romance, the Garganackle has entered into the field and looks ready to go. Another quash out from Peridot. Bloody Mary's move was postponed as the Bitter Blade comes out of the Ceruledge. And it just gets it down to its Focus Sash. Remember, this Frostlass does have a Focus Sash. So it will survive this turn, but Saber.exe is going to restore all of its health back. Bad Romance going for a body press, not doing a ton of damage, as Bloody Mary goes for another Frost Breath, doing a ton of damage to the Ceruledge.
And another crit.
That move might crit every time. I'm not certain. I'd have to double check.
I think I remember something about that, yes.
I think it does crit every time, similar to Meowscarada's Flower Trick, which always crits. Marcus withdrawing Bloody Mary. Interesting choice here.
Interesting choice.
It brings out Fashion the Peckish. Beautiful shiny Hatterene. As Peridot goes for a Shadow Sneak, preventing that from going off. And Saber.exe going for that Terra Blast, more than likely into the Bad Romance Garganackle slot. And it does a ton of damage, but not enough, as another body press comes
another
out.
body press will take out the Saber.exe.
It has crashed. We're 3
Go
for
back
3
to
here
Battle
now.
Network.
Going 3 for 3 here now, although that Frostlass in the back for Marcus is very low health. Looks like we got 2 more Pokemon on the side. Which one is it going to be? It looks like
Censored the Vaporeon is coming out.
Censored the Vaporeon entering the battlefield here. We'll see what happens here. Got a lot of options for Brachy right now. He's in a very comfortable position against Marcus. Marcus kind of got his back up against the wall. Could he
Brachy
turn this
favoring
around?
that quash.
We still have not seen the terrestrialization from Marcus just yet. I'm curious if we're going to see it now, but we'll see. As yes, the terrestrialization.
And here it is.
On Garganackle, turning it into a flying type. This is good. This will resist any grass type moves that Brachy throws at Bad Romance. Remember, you can't save a Bad Romance with flowers, everybody. Quash coming out again.
You can be caught in one, though.
And Hydro Bump coming through, but not getting the KO due to that terrestrialization. As Fashion...
Giga Drain.
Fashion heals back
Healing
up
up.
to full. And Bad
And recover.
It's a healing turn for Marcus's side. He's slowing the pace of the battle. He's taking his time, and he's definitely taking the right paces to kind of reestablish a bit of a foothold here against the relentless assault by Brachy.
Brachy weighing his options, hovering over Quash.
This Garganacl is quite the menace for this Sableye. Interesting choices here. Peridot going for the Shadow Sneak against Bad Romance, doing a very pitiful amount of damage. But Censored going
Hardly
for an
anything.
Ice Beam does a decent amount of damage.
Bit more damage. But the Salt Cure coming out on Vaporeon is going to do a lot of extra damage.
That is devastating. Berry coming through.
Citrus Berry.
Indeed, healing up Censored back up to a decent bit of health. That will help with the Salt Cure. As a bold Calm Mind out of fashion on Marcus's side. Marcus is not playing around as he boosts both his special defense and his own special attack. And Bad Romance healing up with some leftovers from that dinner date that didn't go so great. Censored taking a lot of damage from that Salt Cure. It's a very devastating amount of damage.
Indeed, the dinner might have been too salty, and it looks like Brachy might be wanting to swap out with Pancake here.
He looks like he's considering it, though I would probably advise to switch out the Vaporeon to avoid the Salt Cure instead and keep Peridot in potentially, but Peridot is not doing a whole lot besides some Quashes and just a little bit of damage every now and again.
Pokemon makes some very farty sounds in the background. Peridot going for another Shadow Sneak. Not much damage on that one.
And another Ice Beam.
Ice Beam, however,
that'll do it.
Will do it.
That takes out the Garganacl. However, it has left its memento in the form of its Salt Cure. Let's see if it pays off. But there goes Marcus's Terrestrialized Pokemon and his Garganacl as another Calm Mind comes out of fashion, the Hatterene. This is
some devastation in store.
Indeed. Censored. Oh, looking so rough by that Salt Cure. And
now the
Pokemon,
Frostlass will be coming back in. Bloody Mary.
1 HP Bloody Mary. It is not looking good for that Bloody Mary because a Shadow Sneak is probably going to take it out right away. And what a cruel play from Brachy if this goes through.
We'll have to find out.
Indeed.
This is definitely Brachy's style, though.
Shadow Sneak coming through, taking out Bloody Mary. And Censored using Haze to remove all of those Calm Minds off of Fashion the Hatterene. What a devastating counter. But
and
Hatterene
goes for
doesn't
another
care.
Calm Mind.
Going for another Calm Mind despite the Haze. And Vaporeon is out.
And the Salt Cure.
Even with that act, it does mean this Hatterene still has a +1 to special defense and special attack despite the Haze, leaving it down to Peridot the Sableye and Pancake the Indeedee coming out onto the field with this Psychic Surge. Now this actually
and it's about to get weird.
This could be a detriment to Brachy because now his Sableye cannot use Shadow Sneak because it is a priority move, meaning all he has that he can do is Quash and Will-O-Wisp. This is such a close match.
Looks like he is going for the Will-O-Wisp.
Indeed, and it looks like he's considering his options here. Not very effective with the Psychic move because Hatterene is a Psychic type, but he's going to go for it anyway.
Can Psyshock cause confusion?
Unfortunately, the Prankster ability is completely nullified by the Psychic terrain. Going for the Psyshock into Fashion, but Fashion is fine. Pancake loses some HP due to the oh my god, that Mystical Fire did a ton of damage.
Mystical Fire, special attack going down.
Special attack too.
Wise decisions from Marcus.
You can see Brachy pacing in his menu.
Putting that student body to work, and it seems like Brachy might be panicking a little bit here.
Indeed. We could have a best of 3 here as Quash comes out, but again,
we could have a best of 3.
The Psychic terrain prevents any of Sableye's abilities from coming out as another Attack comes out, but the Giga Drain takes out Indeedee, and Brachy is left with just Sableye, who now in the Psychic Train can basically do nothing. It is just sitting here and is unable to attack or do anything. This could be it for Brachy, as one Pokemon remains on each side, but Brachy is unable to do anything in this Psychic Terrain. Goes for the Shadow Sneak, but again, it automatically fails in the Psychic Terrain. Bastion goes for a huge Giga Drain, a critical hit
And
Giga
a crit!
Drain.
This is looking bad for Brachy.
This is a discouraging state of affairs. We could have a best of 3 here. He's checking the Psychic Terrain. It's still up. It is a slow and painful
He was
death
hovering
here.
over that run button for a little bit there.
He was thinking about it. He's still putting the fight in.
And that'll do it. We're going to a best of 3, ladies
Best
and
of
gentlemen.
3. As Marcus takes the next match. A fantastic play from both sides, clutch on both ends, but in the end, Marcus clutches out a win.
Guys, gals, and non-binary pals, we are going to round 3 in
We
this
are.
very competitive match.
This is our second round 3 between Marcus and Brachy. Whoever wins this round will continue on in the loser's bracket, and whoever loses has to say goodbye to their placement in the tournament. We will be jumping over to AP Sejuani's side.
Ugh, what a match so far.
This was quite the back and forth. We had a lot of matches in this bracket that have ended with single Pokemon on either side of the Pokemon trainer's team. Absolutely insane here. As I'm going to switch over our camera now to Marcus, and we are setting up for the next round here.
I think if Brachy is gonna have any chance of pulling the win out here, he's got to take a deep breath and consider his options.
Indeed.
He made an unfortunate misplay with the Psychic Shroud or
The Psychic Terrain, yeah.
Yes.
It seems as though when he brings that out without Halucha, it doesn't seem to play in his favor very often, especially in combination with that Sableye with the Prankster ability.
He's going to have to very carefully consider his team here. This next match will decide who stays and who goes.
Indeed. This is a close match as we're getting into the Pokemon teams now. Let's switch over the camera as we see what moves are going to be chosen, who our final team is going to be.
It looks like Marcus knew exactly what he was going for here.
Indeed. He seems
Could
to
be
be
reconsidering, though.
Oh, he's reconsidering it. He's not bringing in Bad Romance. Interesting play here. That
Will
Garganacl has
He's still thinking.
He is. He's still thinking
Will
about
we
it.
see applause?
That Garganacl has brought in a ton of work against Brachy's team with the... Oh, he's thinking about it. He's considering here. This is the cincher here. This is the final match between these two fantastic trainers who have had quite the showing between both. Not bringing in the Garganacl. That's an interesting play here, but I'm curious to see what Brachy brings into the competition here.
Indeed.
Setting up here, communicating. Looks like Brachy's taking his time, thinking his plan through, deciding what he wants to bring. Let's see how this one goes as we go into the
Carefully weighing his options.
The final round, the best of 3 between Marcus and Brachy.
This has been a hell of a match so far. Down to 2 powerhouses in the losers bracket. Let's see.
All right, we're seeing Saber.exe, the Ceruledge, and Peridot, the Sableye, versus Alejandro, the Tauros, and Bloody Mary, the Frostlass.
Alejandro?
Alejandro, shut up. Shut up. Interesting enough, Marcus very rarely deviates from this start, so I'm curious to see how this goes. Also, excellent music choice from Marcus. Immediate terrestrialization on the side of, I believe that's going to be Marcus here on Alejandro.
Going for that steel type.
Indeed. Now the Ceruledge does have an answer with the Bitter Blade, but will that be what we see here, or will it be a terrestrialized grass Terra Blast? Let's see what's about to happen here.
A favored play.
Indeed,
And that's exactly what we're going to see.
I feel like we're in a a Western-style shootout right now with these two trainers. Peridot going for the fake out against the Tauros as Bloody Mary goes for the Frost Breath, triggering that anger point right away.
Alejandro's maxed his attack, but he flinched, couldn't get the Earthquake off.
As the predicted
And
Bitter Blade comes out from Brachy, a huge play! As
That's
the
huge.
Tauros is knocked out immediately, setting Brachy ahead by leaps and bounds. A fantastic prediction from Brachy. A huge
Marcus
upset.
has got to carefully weigh his options. Yes, the loss of the Tauros is definitely going to...
The Serena of Donatella comes out, those leggies ready to wreak some havoc on the battlefield.
Those
However,
boots were made for walking, but is that what they'll do? We'll have to find out.
We're gonna find out in this round. Absolute brilliant.
Oh, we
play
might
from
be seeing a
Brachy.
swap here. He's considering it.
Gee, hopefully he's not psyching himself out.
And he's going for it.
He is going for it. Donatella's coming back. Is he baiting the Bitter Blade? What is his plan here? As he sends in Fashion, the Peckish. She's back out.
Could be an interesting play here.
Indeed. Shadow Sneak from the Sableye of Peridot here, doing some damage to Bloody Mary as Frost Breath comes out against the Ceruledge, doing a ton of damage.
And a crit.
I believe that is a confirmed crit as the Bitter Blade comes out on the Frost Lass!
Oh!
A brilliant double target to avoid the Focus Sash on
Brachy
the Frost
keeping his
Lass.
cool here.
However, the Cursed Body of Bloody Mary has basically disabled his Ceruledge's Bitter Blade, meaning he no longer has access to that attack. Brachy going for a clean execution against Marcus here. It is quite impressive.
Both his Pokemon at nearly full health. And he's still got his two backups. Meanwhile, Marcus is down to his last two Pokemon. Can he take it back? Brachy may go for the Quash on that Mystical Fire.
He is not. He is going to go for the Will-O-Wisp, but the Queenly Majesty from Donatella prevents that from taking hold. However, the Terra Blast from Saber.exe coming through onto that Hatterene, doing a ton of damage, but not enough. As Trop Kick comes out, an interesting choice here. Fashion coming out with Dazzling Gleam as Peridot eats the berry to prevent the damage, and both take a decent little chunk of damage there from the Dazzling Gleam. Music's jamming. I love this music. It's good. I use it for the trailer, because if I use a remix version of it. Both trainers going full offense here. Though I'm curious to see what Peridot does this turn. Another sneak attack. But again, Queenly Majesty does not allow that to take effect. Saber.exe going for another Terra Blast, no doubt into that Hatterene of Fashion. And she's rising 12
manages to hang on.
Donatella finishing off Saber.exe with a U-turn, a super effective bug move, taking out Brachy's Terrestrialized Pokemon and answering back. It is now 3-2. Fashion goes for a Dazzling Gleam, and it is now in 2-2 as Peridot is also taken out.
The odds are now evened, but with Fashion so weak.
It's hard to say who's going to have it here. This Serena actually paying more dividends than the Garganacl as Nice Balls Bro comes out and censored the Vaporeon.
Censored, showing itself to be quite tanky here. We'll have to see if some choice super effective moves might be in store here.
This Giga Drain, if this goes off before anybody else, could actually be super huge for this Hatterene, restoring some health as Gigaton Hammer
No, a
comes
Gigaton
out.
Hammer!
No!
And that'll do it for Fashion!
Fashion is gone. Brachy is not having any of that and removes that Pokemon from the field, leaving the Queen, the last one standing, as a Trop Kick comes out against Vaporeon, reducing its attack stat. Vaporeon is going to heal back up, though. Sensor is going to heal back up with that Citrus Berry, though, and putting it back into battle action, as it is a 2-against-1. Ice Beam coming out against Donatella. Doesn't do a lot of damage, though.
Not quite. Let's see if Marcus can take out another Pokemon and hang on with this assault from the Tinkaton.
Indeed. Tinkaton cannot use Gigaton Hammer the following turn, but it does go for a Swords Dance instead.
It's setting up for the coup de grace.
Indeed, but Trop Kick out of Donatella is just not enough to take
quite
out
enough.
Vaporeon. Ice Beam connects, but it might not be enough to take down Donatella, but between a Tinkaton Giant Hammer coming in and this Vaporeon, this is a close one. This could be anyone's match here. It's so close.
Although with a Swords Dance on the Tinkaton, this might be it. The
And
helping
a helping
hand.
hand from the Vaporeon onto this Tinkaton.
Gigaton Hammer, that's probably gonna do it.
Donatella is squashed like a weed, giving Brachy the win and sending him forward into the bracket. A fantastic series of 3 matches, and Marcus showing up a fantastic presentation of Pokemon battling skills.
Better start calling him BrachyZoid because he's the one to beat in losers.
Indeed. A fantastic 2 sets of matches. We'll probably bring the loser in here. Not to say that anyone's a loser. I think everyone here is a winner for enjoying such fantastic matches. As we bring in Marcus for his parting words in this tournament. Hello, Marcus. Welcome for joining us. Welcome to joining us.
Welcome to join.
Glad to be joining us. Sorry, I had this stream audio.
No worries.
That was an admirable showing. You had Brachy on the ropes there, but unfortunate reads from Brachy.
Yeah, that turn 1 read.
Very
The
devastating.
The Taurus, although powerful, just your enemies knew how powerful the Taurus was after its initial showing, and unfortunately, I think they were hyper focusing on it.
As they should have been. But
rightfully so.
Well played to Brachy. It was my honor to play in this tournament. I'm sad to be gone, but it was fun.
Thank you so much for joining us. You've done an incredible showing here.
A hell of a showing, a very exciting couple of matches from you.
Indeed.
Oh,
and
thank
do you have any words for the chat and your fellow competitors and us?
Oh yeah, see you losers. That's my words.
Okay.
Well, before you head off, I got it out of Brachy, I got it out of Thero, I got it out of MsTweetums. Who do you think is going to take it all the way?
Oh, I think Brachy has the mental. Brachy is in it for murder here. Like
he's
he
the
is
man to
holding
beat in
nothing
losers
back.
brackets.
I'm scared of that man.
All right.
But Gentle is pretty scary too, so I don't know. Could go either way.
We got some great recommendations. Thank you so much, Marcus.
Thank you so much, Marcus, for joining us for this tournament. You did amazing, and thank you so much.
It was my pleasure.
Have fun in the green room.
Bye.
Alrighty, with that leads us to our last match of the day until tomorrow when we go into the finals brackets. It looks like our final 2 competitors are going to be Arkholf and Gaius. We're going to get them set up here, and these are going to be our final matches of the stream. Connor, how you feeling?
I am excited. Yeah, I gotta say, the ones that have come down to the wire have been my favorite. The back and forth, the absolute boxing matches when it comes down to 1 versus 1 Pokemon, those are my favorite matches.
Indeed. There's been a lot of close calls, a lot of upsets, fantastic plays, Giga Brain movesets. It has been quite the day for Pokemon. For all of you who have been in chat, if anybody here has been here the entire time, thank you so much for joining us. We hope you've been having as much fun as we have. But now we got to go on to our next matches between Arkholf and Gaius. Arkholf with his Tri-Weather team, and Gaius with their exclusive Ghost team. We got a Goldengo coming back into the fight. I wonder if we're going to see it.
An interesting matchup, to say the least.
All right, well, I'm going to let the players know that they can make their way into the live channel here, and we're going to set up our matches for the next round. All right, I've yelled at them. I've told them to get in here. So they should be getting in here now. Alrighty, our competitors are in first. We're going to be streaming through Arcolf first as we enter into this next round. Alright, Arcolf is now streaming on his end. His stream looks good to go. Everyone know, good to go. Alright, they are setting up the round now. Opponents have been found.
Getting back into the final match of the evening.
Indeed, get your bets in. There is a betting pool on the stream. This is a best of 3. Preparations appear to be complete. It looks like we're loading into the match now and Pokemon Select. And as this music fades out, we will load into Arkholf sound here as we enter into the Pokemon Selection screen. All right, looks like we are in right away. We can see that once again, Arkholf is going to be starting with a standard set here of his Tyranitar and Gastrodon. So let's see what he's going to put in the wings. That Barraskewda of Skewer actually putting in quite a bit of effort on his team with the surprising close combats and other such abilities. He's thinking hard about it. And a decision has been made. Looks like both trainers are ready to go as we enter into our last match of the night, our last, I suppose, round of the night, best of 3 between Arkholf and Gaius.
All right, folks, let's rocket to Russia.
Gaius sending out When Hell Freezes Over the Frostlass and Anakin the Palossand, and Arkholf sending out Doonfarer the Tyranitar and Magnemoist the Gastrodon, setting up that lovely Sandstorm. Now that's not going to affect Palossand, as it is also a ground type, but it will affect the Frostlass. Arkholf wasting no time, and neither is Gaius, as these spikes are set up onto the field.
Getting the Caltrops out early.
Indeed. Doomfarer coming out with a Rock Slide on Wenhell and Anakin. Barely any damage on Anakin, but Wenhell survives. A critical hit on Anakin. That is a very sad amount of damage as the devastating muddy water comes out. However, Anakin's water compaction increases, I believe, its defense. Earth Power coming out of Anakin as it's super effective, but doesn't do a ton of damage to Doomfarer the Tyranitar.
Let's see what else Gaius has in store.
Indeed, 1 round in, 1 Pokemon taken out of the battle. But it is now time for T, as Weak T, the Poltegeist, has entered the field. Now, this Poltegeist hasn't really done a whole lot in the previous matches. Will this be
I don't believe it's done anything, as a matter of fact.
No, it has only died. This thing has only died.
You know, you go to the Pokemon tournament, and the only thing you do is die.
Terastallization from Gaius on the Palossand. Trying to get into a grass type.
Interesting stuff here.
Now this means it is no longer resistant to the, Shell Smash from Poltegeist. It is no longer resistant to the Sandstorm. Poltegeist weakening its defenses, but increasing its attack and its special attack. Will this work against it? And its speed rose sharply as well.
But its stats return to normal.
With the white hurt, meaning its defenses were increased, and that allows it to survive. Its defenses now go down due to its weak armor ability, and its speed increases tenfold. This is a fast cup of tea, but will it survive this attack? It will, but Anakin will be taken out by the icy winds. This Poltegeist now a pretty menacing threat on the field, as Gaius is down to just 2 Pokemon. And
this
Arcolf,
weak tea is starting to taste pretty strong now.
it is, but it is taking Sandstorm damage as Cryptobros has entered into the field. This Goldengo has
And
been
here's
a
the
menace.
star of the show, Cryptobros.
A Pokemon that you particularly like, Connor, is Cryptobros, the Goldengo. Very curious to see what happens here. Now he is floating, he has an air balloon, meaning earth power moves will not affect him. But Arkholf might not care about that. He might try and figure out a way around this, but that Poltegeist
Goldengo has shown itself to be quite powerful throughout this tournament.
Indeed. But is it enough to face against 4 Pokemon?
We may just find out here.
Terrestrialization coming out of Arkholf. Which
I think
Pokemon
it might be
is
going
gonna
for the Tyranitar.
It is the Tyranitar. We're going to see that terrestrializing flying type. This could be devastating depending on what Gaius has done. Did Gaius predict the terrestrialization, or did Arkholf just get away? And he did!
And the Giga Drain
is not very effective against the Tyranitar, and it barely heals the Poltegeist back up. Nasty Plot coming out of Cryptobros, increasing its special attack, but it is sitting there. Dunefair with the Thunder Punch. Will it get a paralysis? Nope, but the air balloon will pop. And Magnemoist going for Cryptobros, but forgets about the Good as Gold ability, preventing the attack from happening.
That's unfortunate. That might cost him a bit of damage here.
Indeed, as Weak Tea is still alive, and Cryptobros is on the ground, but still alive as well.
That Cryptobros is likely going to go for a make it rain.
This is a snappy battle as both Pokemon are ready to go. Strength Sap coming out of Poltegeist, healing all the way back up to full.
Goodness.
Make It Rain comes out, taking out Tyranitar and doing a significant chunk of damage to Magnemoist. What an incredible play from that Poltegeist. Decreasing
Wonderful stuff.
Earth Power coming out onto Cryptobros, but he's taken out! A huge response from Magnemoist, leaving it to 1-3. It is not looking good for Gaius right now.
That Weak Tea is looking quite strong, however. I wonder if they've got enough in the tank to even the odds.
We have Rotom, the Frigidaire, the Rotom coming in. Quite the threat on the field. Let's see what happens here. Weak Tea using Giga Drain. Taking out Magnemoist and restoring its HP to full. Making it 2-1 here. This Teapot could clutch out a win if the stars align, but a Shadow Ball from Frigidaire could spell disaster. And it doesn't kill! The Samstar has decided to no more chip damage as the last Pokemon on Arcolf's team is coming out, and it is Betty the Yeti, the Obama Snow, coming out and now setting up that snow.
Hurt by the spikes, however. Weak Tea looking scarried.
Indeed. Never before has a pot of tea looked as threatening. This could be as disastrous as that historical American thing with the tea that I forgot the name of it. Boston Tea?
The Boston Tea Party?
Strength Sap coming out again from Poltegeist, decreasing Betty's attack and restoring Weak Tea's health. But will it be enough? As Shadow Ball once again comes out, this could potentially spell disaster.
Oh, but not enough.
Blizzard comes
Blizzard,
out,
and that'll
the tea
take it.
is cold. Pour it down the sink. It is done.
Throw it in the harbor.
Arkholf taking the first win of this set. Oh my goodness. This could be it. This could be our last match of the night. It all depends on whether or not Gaius can clutch out a win against Arkholf.
Huh.
How you feeling?
I gotta tell you, I'm feeling a bit worn down from all the excitement right now, but I'm here until the end.
My throat is dying. I'm scared to do this again tomorrow.
I've got another stream right after this, so I'm good.
You're good luck, my friend. All right, it looks like we're getting ready to go in the second match. We're gonna be watching from Gaius's side this time, as they are setting up to round 2. We could have another best of 3. That would be pretty interesting, as it is Arkholf with 1 point, Gaius with 0. We are back into it. Looks like Gaius is thinking about his team right now. And it is indeed 1-0, chat. How are you doing, chat? How are you enjoying the excitement? We've been going since 2 o'clock. It's been 4.5 hours of unbridled Pokemon excitement. Looks like our teams are ready to go here.
It's looking like Arkholf might be going for his usual setup. Or do I stand corrected?
We'll see here. The green room has been crazy. That's good. I'm glad the green room's having fun. Connor, thank you so much again for joining me for this fantastic day of Pokemon
Absolutely.
battles. As it looks like we're getting
The
into our
battles
next
were hype.
match.
The sweating was loud.
Let's get into it here as the battle is about to begin.
Might be the penultimate battle of the night.
A hopeful sound of music as Gaius has chosen an uplifting theme to hopefully give him the return play as we begin by seeing when Hell Freeze is over and Weak Tea the Poltegeist coming out. Magnemoist, the Gastrodon, and a Dunefarer, the Tyranitar, a staple lead on Arcolf's side, hitting the field. Connor, what are your thoughts?
Weak Tea has shown itself to be quite intimidating in the last round.
Indeed, we underestimated
When
its
Hell
power.
protecting itself.
That Shell Smash
Shell
coming out.
Smash.
Be interesting
Getting
to
the
see.
early stat boosts.
Indeed, and that White Herb is going to reset that defense drop back to normal, so just a very, very nice speed and ability increase from that Poltegeist.
A massive strategy from Gaius here.
Indeed.
Doomfairy
And
using Rock Slide.
the Frostlass protecting itself from the Rock Slide, but Weak Tea takes a ton of damage, but that weak armor reduces the defense and increases the speed once again. Now, does this Gastrodon go for the double attack? And it does with Muddy Water. This may take out Weak Tea and completely remove all of its buffs. And it doesn't!
Oh, man,
Weak
just to
Tea
hang
survives!
on.
However, the Sandstorm, it's enough!
Oh!
Weak Tea is down due to Sandstorm! Almost clutching
What?
out a survival there, but quickly dashed by the effects of the weather. And now
That
Wet
is a
Hell...
heartbreaker right there.
When Hell getting buffeted by that Sandstorm, meaning that their Focus Sash is now no longer going to be in effect, meaning they're basically essentially itemless as Dupligos the Mimikyu comes out. This Mimikyu is quite strong and has proven to be quite the contender in the Powerhouse department. Let's see what happens here.
Let's see what happens. Gaius down 1 Pokemon. Arkholf sitting pretty.
Is he going to do it? It looks like he's doing it. He's going to
He's going for the Destiny Bond.
He is going for the Destiny Bond play as he is going to, looks to be bumping up his Mimikyu here. Terra from Gaius, terastallizing the Mimikyu.
Looks like he might go for a normal type once again.
Indeed, it looks like that's the play here. He's so cute. I love him. Destiny Bond comes out onto the Frostlass. Did Arkholf predict it? Woodhammer from Dupligos onto Magnemoist.
Oh my
Instantly
goodness!
KOs. Now they're going to take a lot of
Let's
residual
see what
recoil
happens.
damage. Half of their health is gone by doing that. Poor Dupligos. Dunefarer goes for Rock Slide. And it doesn't kill When Hell! The one time you want it to kill, and it doesn't! Dupligos stays in with its disguise. What a sad turn of events for Gaius.
Another heartbreaker right there. That would have been an absolutely astounding play, taking out 2 of Arkholf's Pokemon in one round.
It lived on 1 health the moment you don't want it to, as Frigidaire comes out, the Rotom, the Ice-type Refrigerator Rotom. Aw, poor Gaius, his back is up against the wall. It is not looking good.
It's looking pretty rough for Gaius right here, but
they're gonna do their best,
we've
though.
seen some crazy things tonight.
They're not gonna give up without a fight. Let's see what happens here. Shadow Ball coming out of Green Goblin into that Rotom.
Throwing his Goblin Bombs into the Frigidaire.
Does a lot of damage, but the Thunder Wave comes out from the Rotom, paralyzing Green Goblin. He cannot fly on his Saucer.
That's the move that knocked Thero out of the tournament, and Duplico's playing rough with Tyranitar.
Oh, takes
losing some of its HP. The buffeting from the Sandstorm might take it out this turn.
Green Goblin avoids the attack. It does not take any damage.
If the Rock Slide doesn't kill it first.
Mimikyu is down on the couch, which leaves Green Goblin against the world here. 3 Pokemon against 1 spooky ghost. Looks like that
Gaius opting to protect Green Goblin this turn.
They're taking the strategy to slow down the battle, which is kind of a smart one, just kind of assessing here and trying to see what's going to happen. But it's not looking good. That paralysis is definitely going to hinder them and might cost them the entire game here. Green Goblin protected himself from the Shadow Ball. It looks like Rock Slide from Dunefarer as well.
It's looking rough. It's looking rocky.
What an upset. Green Goblin is going to get buffeted by the Sandstorm, and I believe so is... actually, no, Frigidaire is not. I believe Frigidaire may have this Safety Goggles item preventing them from taking damage from weather. Frigidaire is going to use Shadow Ball into Green Goblin.
This could be devastating.
If this Rock Slide hits, it could make the end of Gaius's presentation here. And
it's a Thunder Punch.
Do it. Gaius, unfortunately, is knocked out by an astounding round by Arkholf, ending our battles for the night. I think we're going to be having our last interview with Gaius here, our last one-on-one interview. But what a showing from both of these trainers. A very close first match, and Arkholf taking the knowledge he learned from his first match and applying it into the second. A fantastic play by him as he makes it into essentially the semifinals of Losers Bracket now. Which means Brachy and Arcolf are going to be in the Losers Bracket. And then our semifinals for the Winners Bracket will occur. Whoever loses the semifinals of the Winners Bracket will face off whoever wins the winner of the semifinals of Losers Bracket, if you can follow that along. So there's quite a few matches left to go in this tournament. And don't forget, the final battle will be a best of 5 between 2 players. So let's get Gaius in here.
And that will be happening tomorrow.
At 2 p.m., same time as we started today. It'll be at 2 p.m. tomorrow. But don't leave just yet, as we're going to have an exclusive interview with Gaius with their parting words. Gaius is in the call. Let's get them up. Beep, 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 beep. We have Gaius. Hello, Gaius.
Hi.
What?
Gaius.
What? Everyone cut out me. Oh, no. Hello.
How are you feeling after that match, Gaius?
Oh, I guess I just couldn't weather the storm, huh?
Yes, indeed.
You know what? I still feel fantastic. This is a lot of fun. You know, Arcolf's got a good weather team going.
Oh yeah, some exciting stuff, and definitely you were no slouch in this tournament either, Gaius.
That Gaius was quite menacing. We kind of doubted it, as it did not do very much in your previous battles, but it certainly proved itself in the first round by a terrifying setup. That was quite impressive.
The Poltergeist, I was kind of hanging on to be like a kind of neat little ringer I had going in the background. Strength Sap, Giga Drain, plus some Shadow Ball and Shell Smash, you know?
Very impressive.
But this is the risk of running like a sort of a single type team, and you know, kind of get this funny stuff happen. Some things I'm just not good against, and that's okay.
That's
had
totally
I
fine.
had a great time.
It was an impressive showing of matches. Now, Gaius, do you have anything you'd like to say to the chat, to your fellow competitors, and or us?
Well, honestly, it's been a great time. Chat, give it your all, cheer, and everyone else. They're fantastic people. Monty and Connor are great for doing that. Monty's great for setting this up. Both Monty and Connor are great for commentating. And every single one of you waiting in the other room, you're all fantastic. Your teams are great. You're all amazing people, and I hope you have a great tournament. Now, I guess must go to return to my grave with my Pokemon now. So.
All right, but before you go, I've asked everybody, so I've got to ask you too. Who do you think is going to take it all the way?
Oh, that's a hard one. Honestly, I don't know, because there's been a lot of upsets. There's been a lot of upsets and some. As time have gone on, a lot of really powerful moments coming out. I thought I had it chosen, but I don't right now. I think, and I honestly think it's just because, and this is a secret, my ADHD made me forget who's still alive. So.
right now in the losers bracket is Brachy and Arkholf, and remaining in the winners bracket is Gentlebro and Elam.
Honestly, I think Gentlebro's team is scary. Really scary. So I'm gonna go with Gentlebro's.
All right.
That's another endorsement for Gentlebro here.
A bit of a fan favorite here. All right. Well, thank you so much, guys, for your interview. Thank you so much for being part of this tournament and a fantastic showing and a fantastic themed team. You go have fun in the green room as we close out here. And
I'm off.
Yep. Take care. We'll see you.
Thank you so much.
Thank y'all.
All right, and with that ends the tournament for today. Now, before you all run off, we're going to go over what's going to be happening tomorrow. Tomorrow, we are going to be having the losers, next round of losers bracket between Brachy and Arkholf, and then we're going to have the next round of the winners bracket between Gentle and Elam. Following that, whoever loses out in the semifinals will face off against whoever passes in the losers bracket, either Brachy or Arkholf. And then whoever wins that will face the champion in a best of 5 to determine who will be our Greavard Cup champion.
Exciting stuff coming down the pipeline. You don't want to miss it.
I'm going to ask the green room if we can jump in and say goodbye as a group here. Just so that way... Oh, I messed this up. God damn it. I don't know how to... No, not add a reaction. How do I do... How do I... It's everyone. I just gotta... I don't know. Alright, we got 3 people. I need consent from all 4 combatants just so that way everyone's good. Arkholf said he's good for it. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Arkholf
5,
says we all said
6.
yes.
We all said yes. Okay. We're going to jump in there into the green room now. Connor has vanished.
Hello.
And
They
Gaius
can also learn the moves of Attract, Baby Don't Lie, Cascade, Charm, and Tail Whip.
Stop it, Brachy! Alright, everybody. We're going to be closing out the tournament. My voice is thrashed, and so are a lot of your Pokemon. How's everybody doing?
So is my ass. My ass has been thrashed.
It's been good. It's been fun.
Yeah.
So
It's been a lot of fun.
So
It has
Monty,
been.
Uh-huh.
I don't want to throw a spanner in your works, but would you be open to the idea of a Scaly versus Furry show match tomorrow?
Oh my god.
Oh god.
Okay.
I love
You know what? Maybe we will.
Oh god.
Oh no, the war. The real war.
A special exhibition
match.
Exhibition match.
Before the matches.
Just put the furs in a cage.
We could do that
An
as a...
exhibition match.
Well, let me tell you
Exhibition
something,
match. I'll
brother.
be sure to bring Salazzle.
It's you and me, brother,
Now-
for
now-
3 minutes.
Now, for our competitors, this is the point where you must please do not alter or change your team in any way. This is where your opponent can study your team and potentially try and counter you. So we ask that as part of the rules, as stated, once you have entered the tournament, you cannot alter your team. So do not touch your teams and just leave them as they are. For tomorrow, we'll be reconvening at 2 p.m. again for our final throw of matches here. It's shaping up to be quite the tournament. You guys have done amazing. Thank you so much for joining me and being on the stream and you know, putting all your work into your teams. They're all really great. They're all really, really fun too. I'm so excited.
Thank you for hosting.
Yeah, thank you for hosting.
I've had a blast.
There's a lot of
Hosting.
cats to herd, but I'm very happy for it. I'm also glad I'm not dying right now. I'm not sick, because that would have been real rough.
Oh, that must be real nice.
Yeah. God, I love
It's going from person to person.
Yeah, poor Arkholf.
It's okay.
You're a trooper, though.
We all have to have the sinus infection at least once.
Indeed. I would like to also give out a huge shout out to chat, by the way. Thank you, chat, so much for the bits and subs, and we also had some raids throughout the tournament. Unfortunately, due to the fast pace of the tournament itself, we couldn't really call out any bits or subs. So I did notice them. Thank you so much. They've been fantastic. I really appreciate it a lot, especially since this month, or like not this month, but the last month was really rough, and I kind of wasn't able to stream due to some emergency stuff. So anything you've donated is actually super appreciated, because Pull's caller, it's been a little rough lately, but this has been a fantastic night, and y'all have been very generous. Shout out to the raids from a bunch of people who raided. Right at the beginning, we had Brett Ultimus raiding right at the beginning of the tournament, which was fantastic. And it was been really awesome. So yes, we will be returning to the tournament tomorrow at 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Be sure to mark it on your calendars. You do not want to miss out who's going to win the Greavard Cup Champion title. It'll be very exciting. Until then, Connor, do you want to say any words before we head out?
You know, having not played a lot of Pokemon in my adulthood, I gotta say this was very exciting, and I'm not gonna lie, it made me kind of want to start playing a little bit. Who knows?
And we just say, Connor, we're all impressed with like how quick you were to like learn, you know, competitive Pokemon, and just getting really quick to like commentating as well.
Oh, yeah.
Almost matching Monty too.
Yeah,
we're all
I
happy
do
and
the pattern
impressed.
recognition real good like that.
Higher functioning brain function.
Nice.
So Connor, just cancel your plans tonight, make a Pokemon team, and
Gotcha.
play Carl.
Gateway is
cancelled.
Wait, hold on.
baby.
Hold on, we're not supposed to spoil
alright,
the
no one
fact there's a
watches anyway.
second grand final against Connor.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be a secret.
I'm the secret
Second
final boss.
phase,
You
yeah.
have to put in the cheat code at the start of the tournament in order to fight me.
Cynthia's theme
Well,
starts
technically,
playing
Connor
viciously.
shows up.
Oh my god. Alright, well with that, we should probably raid somebody. Let me see who is online right now as I pop out my chat here. Let's see who's on line right now. Unfortunately, Gateway's not live right now, so I can't raid into them. But we do have Gaijin Goomba playing Valkyria Chronicles. So I think we're gonna raid into that. So we're gonna raid into Gaijin Goomba, who is a member of the Unexpectables, also a very good friend and good nerd. What should our raid message be for this?
Did you know that Vapor?
No! Fuck off! how about Brachy's favorite? Let's say make it rain.
Yeah. Make it rain.
Make it rain.
Even in death,
You
crypto
play Goldengo,
bros.
you have no rights.
That's okay. I'm a furry. I already
Make it
have
rain,
no rights.
everybody. See you tomorrow
Make
for the
it rain.
conclusion.
Have
Make
a
it
goodbye,
rain.
everyone.
See you tomorrow for the conclusion
Bye.
of the Greavard Cup.